What's up, everybody, and welcome back to Fireside Giants. I'm your host, Anthony Rivardo, and we're finally here. The NFL draft is minutes away from kicking off. How excited is everybody? I see there's already 60 of you waiting for the live stream to begin. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Let's have some fun tonight. I cannot wait. Imagine it's probably an hour until the Giants make their first pick. As we all know, the NFL draft takes forever to get started, and all of the picks take forever to get in. But man, we're already hearing a lot of rumors. It sounds like it's going to be a crazy NFL draft tonight. I can't wait to see what happens. Sounds like there might be some movement at the very top of the draft. Number 2 overall, the Cleveland Browns might be making a trade. Could things get any more exciting? I'm not sure, but we'll see what the New York Giants do. Of course, that is what we are here for. Before I even go ahead and start giving analysis and takeaways and getting you guys up to date on any of the big rumors in the NFL, I'm going to give a shout out to all of you in the chat. I appreciate everybody tuning in. First and foremost, shout out to Adrian Webb, left the first comment on the YouTube channel. This was like an hour ago. You've been waiting, Adrian? Well, I'm here finally. And I do got to give a big shout out right here to, let me see where to go. Philip Tibisaurus Rex is here. Alex isn't here, so my co-host for today is Tibisaurus Rex, and I'm excited to go ahead and react to the New York Giants pick with him. Shout out to my good buddy Eric Wilson for being in the chat. Shout out to you. Shout out to you, Andrew. Shout out to John. I love you too. I love all of you. Let's go NY. I see some predictions come in. Carter than Dart very well could be the case. Lo-Fi saying, let's go. Yeah, guys, let's go. I'm super excited. Finally here, finally ready for the New York Giants to end all of the discussions, end all of the rumors, all of the different, speculation. Tonight's the night. It all becomes official. And throughout the course of this live stream, we'll have discussions. We might bring on some special guests throughout, so stay tuned for that. Might be getting some Bears and Bills and Giants fans all on here to react to some of these picks. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'll be live for the entirety of the first round, not just for the third pick, because as we all know, the Giants are definitely having some discussions about making a second first-round pick tonight. So you best believe I will be live for the entirety of the first round. That might be about 4 hours, maybe 5. Oh, well, it's going to be a long night for me. It's going to be a long night for all of us, but I appreciate everybody who's going to be tuning in on this journey with me tonight. I can't wait. Brad is saying this is his first live stream. Brad, thank you for tuning in to the Fireside Giants draft party. I'm super excited to go ahead and react to the first round tonight and, of course, to the second round and third round tomorrow night. So stay tuned to all of that. We already have some super chats coming in, so big shout out to you. And thank you, Christian, for dropping this super chat saying, what are you giving the first round grade if they get Carter and they trade back in the first for a quarterback? It'll be a positive grade, that's for sure. You can't go wrong by taking the BPA at number 3. You're going to knock it out of the park. You're going to get one of the best players in this draft class with Abdul Carter. Now, the big question mark for me will be, what do they give up to move back into the first round and take that quarterback? And which quarterback do they take? Right now, it sounds like it would be Jackson Dart. However, we have also heard some rumors that Jackson Dart could end up going number 9 overall to the New Orleans Saints. So, Eric Wilson, I saw you in the chat. You got to stay tuned. The Saints could be drafting a quarterback tonight as well. I know that you are a big Saints fan. So, whatever the Saints do could ultimately decide what the New York Giants do. And obviously, the Steelers, are they going to go quarterback? Are they not? There's a lot of competition right now for these quarterbacks. So it will be a positive grade, but because of that competition, that trade compensation could be pricey. So I can't give it a grade just yet. I'm going to have to see it when it comes to fruition, if it does. So appreciate the super chat, Christian, and really excited to see if this does come to fruition tonight. Trenton's in here. Trenton, I appreciate you so much. Another loyal viewer of Fireside Giants saying, yo, Anthony, good luck. And as you know, Trenton, never going to read that portion of your super chats. Appreciate you leaving the super chats. It's a great running joke that we have. You'll always leave this next sentence in these super chats, and I never, ever will read it. But thank you nonetheless for tuning in and for leaving your super chat. Cody Brown saying, let's go Faints, let's go Giants. ETC saying, let's go. Yeah, guys, I am super excited, super hyped up, and I just can't wait for things to kick off. It's only 7:52. The draft kicks off at 8 p.m., but as we all know, the NFL draft never kicks off on time, so we have a good amount of time before the festivities really begin. Let's go ahead, of course, and kind of talk through some of the big rumors coming out of the NFL draft right now. Not necessarily just exclusive to the New York Giants, because as we know, everything happening around the Giants will, of course, affect the New York Giants. So The big talk right now is that the number 2 overall pick could indeed be getting traded. There are several teams in conversation with the Cleveland Browns, according to reports, but the team that sounds like they're making the most movement at number 2 is the Jacksonville Jaguars. Picking 5th overall might be making a jump up just 3 spots in order to secure Heisman Trophy winner, cornerback, wide receiver extraordinaire out of Colorado. As you know, that is Travis Hunter. It does sound like we're going to see some sort of big explosion in the top 10 picks. That could be at number 2, but that could also be at some other selections. As you guys know, I've got my Bears guy. My Bears guy has some connections, and he's telling me the Bears and the Panthers could end up making a swap. I don't know if I'm dropping some insider info, and that's news. I don't know if I'm breaking a scoop here. Possibly I am, but I'm hearing that the Bears and the Panthers are in some sort of discussion as well. So we are going to see a bunch of different movement, I think, in tonight's draft. In fact, we could see quite a bit of it in the top 10. Super excited to see what happens tonight. Ian Slattery, appreciate you tuning in. Ian, you're the best. And I did take a look at your draft board that you sent me in DMs earlier today. Forgot to respond. I'm sorry for that, but I do appreciate you sending it over. It's always exciting for me to see everybody in the community, what your opinions are as well. Ian saying, let me get this shit started. Boys, we got this tonight. Look at my board at all. Yes, I did look at the board. I even said that before I read the super chat. I did look at it. But again, I just appreciate you sending it over and appreciate you being here to discuss New York Giants with me. Also have to pull up another chat that I saw. Not a super bug. Christian's in here all the way from Norway, staying up late at night to go ahead and tune in to the NFL draft. Christian, you are one dedicated New York Giants fan, and you are a very, very one of our best Fireside Giants supporters. We appreciate you so much over here on this channel. Let's see here. We got Jack Whitman tuning in. Appreciate you so much, Jack, for the super chat saying, happy draft day, Anthony. Happy draft day, Jack. Near 1 a.m. where I am. I can't wait for Carter. If we get Dart, I'd not mind it. However, I'd rather stack talent this year. Yeah, I think it's a very interesting debate. We'll see what ultimately happens. Sounds like there's a lot of movement. Sounds like there's a lot of chatter that the Giants are looking to trade into the first round at the back end. But hey, man, I'm with you. Carter at number 3, and I'm good. I'm happy tonight if the New York Giants do end up taking Abdul Carter as we expect them to. Anything else is bonus and exciting for sure, but we'll see what happens. I almost do prefer to stack talent, but we'll see. I really like Jackson Dart, and I've been a fan of him for quite a while. So very excited to see if he does end up becoming a New York Giant. Yanks Legacy saying it's 2 a.m. where Yanks Legacy is. Appreciate you tuning in. All of the fans of the New York Giants tuning in across the globe is truly incredible. I do appreciate all of your viewership. Keep dropping down in the comment section below where you're watching from, where you're tuned in from. I think that is so much fun to see. Greg is saying Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. We got Giants fans all over the globe, and the really cool thing is we have Fireside Giants fans and community members all across the globe. Just fantastic stuff. Really do appreciate you. And yeah, super chats in foreign currency. We truly made it. You know, sometimes it feels like it, but hey, as I always say, we're only getting started. Trenton Wright also saying the 40 time I ran got you tempted to try one as well. Yeah, listen, guys, got to put out the public statement on my 40-yard dash time in the Fireside Giants Pro Day. Not my best performance. Really disappointed. I had some knee injuries last year, and I stopped running because of that. I'm finally getting back on my sprints. Hadn't sprinted in a while. Pocket passer, as you all know, from the quarterback position. So haven't been doing a lot of sprinting. I need to get my speed back. I swear I used to be faster than what I am now, and I will be faster for next year's Pro Day. This is going to be an annual tradition, but I really do appreciate the support you guys showed on that video. We had so much fun filming the Fireside Giants Pro Day. Obviously threw in some of my highlights from flag football in there as well. But yeah, appreciate you guys tuning into that. And Trenton, if you do run the 40, let me know what you end up running your time. Tony saying draft day, let's go. What's up, Tony? We got Candyman tuning in from Costa Rica. Shout out to you, Candyman. And once again, congratulations on your recent retirement. We've got Mental Gen. It's 21 p.m. here in Brazil. Let's go, Big Blue. Awesome. Brazil fans in the house. Stand up. Philip Santana from Florida. Me too. G-Men Vegas here. I'm going to be in Vegas next month. I can't wait. Haven't been before, but super excited to finally make my way out there. Rescue Ops over in San Francisco. We got JC Silva over in Lisbon, Portugal. Man, it's crazy. We got Giants fans all over the globe tuning in tonight. Super excited for this. Corp with a super chat. Thank you so much, Corp, saying, no matter what team tries to jump the Giants by striking a deal with the Browns at number 2, New York Giants still win with a top pick at number 3 if that scenario happens. Corp, again, thank you so much for the super chat, and you're absolutely right. It's going to be really hard for the New York Giants to mess this one up. If they do, oh boy, we're in for some reaction from me here on the Fireside Giants live stream, because I just don't see how they mess this up, right? Like, if it's Abdul Carter, fantastic. If it's Travis Hunter, somehow a team trades up to 2 and they take Carter instead of Hunter, doesn't sound like that's going to be the case, then fantastic. I don't know how you mess that up, but we'll see. The New York Giants always seem to find a way. But yeah, really, they should be landing a top prospect tonight, and we should all be happy Giants fans for once. So I'm very, very excited and can't wait to see what happens. Yeah, but you're right. It doesn't really change much what happens at number 2 overall, because it's going to be Travis Hunter. It's just a question of who is taking Travis Hunter, and that is what we will find out hopefully in the next 10 minutes or so. Kevin's 5 minutes from MetLife Stadium. Not going to the show or the draft watch party at MetLife. Appreciate you tuning in with me instead, Kevin. Thank you so much. Fireplace is in Central Jersey. John's in Hartford, Connecticut. We got a lot of fans. We've got Mental Gen in Natal, Brazil. This is so awesome. Ian Slattery saying, bro, just hit if it wasn't for my knee, I'd be in the league. Yeah, okay, little bro. Yeah, listen. I had to make an excuse for myself because I was a little embarrassed by the 40-yard dash time. It was not good. I really expected to be better than that. But you know what's funny is I can run. Like, I do a lot of running, but never from like the stance, the 40-yard dash stance. Never done sprints. Never been a track runner or anything like that. It's a very different kind of running, and I wasn't used to that stance either. So going to work on it, going to get better, and by next year, I promise you that time will be faster. Got a plan in place to do some training and make sure that I improve my draft stock. But Jack is already willing to burn a 7th-round pick on me. Tight spirals, pro day. There were some dropped passes in there, unfortunately, but hey, we do have some great receivers that I was throwing to. Shout out to John Thompson. Shout out to Willie Perez, the guys who were in the video. We got a big win on Monday night in our flag football game, and Johnny did catch a game-winning touchdown pass with 6 seconds left to go, I think it was, thrown, of course, by yours truly. So good receivers, couple drops at the pro day, but hey, no big deal. Drops are part of the game. We got South Jersey. We got Yanks Legacy tuning in from Rome, Italy. That is incredible. I cannot wait to head out to Italy. I'm heading out to England in a few weeks here. You guys will be seeing some Fireside Giants streams from England. That's pretty exciting. And next year, planning on making the trip to Italy. So very, very excited. Some fun stuff going on here. Dylan, your favorite Giants pod. That means the world to me, Dylan. Appreciate you so much for tuning in. Let's go Big Blue. Anthony's in Los Angeles from New Jersey. Please give my movie 3, the movie, a shout out. If you're a filmmaker, that's fantastic. I actually DM me on social media. Hit me up in my X DMs at Anthony_Rivardo. Please message me about your movie. I will absolutely shout it out, and I want to talk to you more about it. So please jump in my DMs, Anthony. If you don't have a Twitter, make one for me. Please send me a message so that I can check this out and we can talk more about it. Very curious to hear more if you are an independent filmmaker. So shout out to you, Anthony, and shout out to your movie 3. I'll definitely make sure to check in and tune that out. Damn, Ian wouldn't even make me a priority free agent. Might sign Kadarius Toney before me. Wow. That's brutal, Ian. I would have, I expected a little more support from you, Ian, but at least you support Fireside Giants. So thank you so much. Sean Sane here from St. Augustine, Florida, not far from you. Yeah, my knees are fudged from wrestling and MMA. Yeah, man, I had a contact knee injury last year, pulled my ACL. They said I didn't tear it, maybe partially, but didn't tear. I got really, really lucky. Never been in more pain, though. I thought I tore it, and that was really, really tough. But, hey, I'm feeling, I don't know if I'll ever be 100%, but I'm like 90%, so good to go and picking up some wins. Bears Max in here saying my only Giants podcast. Bears Max, appreciate you for tuning in. Shout out to you, my good friend. And, hey, we shall see if maybe you make an appearance later on in the live stream to react to the Bears pick. We shall see. I know you were in here last year. H2O Sports saying we need Anthony on the practice squad. Yo, Joe Shane, call me. You right here, my good sir. Give me a call. I'm happy to compete on the practice squad. Happy to get out there and throw some balls for the boys. Jacob saying favorite Giant of all time. Eli Manning. Not even a question. It's Eli Manning. Eli Manning's like a second father figure to me. Like, that guy was inspirational for me growing up. I met him when I was like 10 years old. He was the nicest man in the world, as was his brother and his father. I met all three of them in one day at Steiner Sports. If any of you remember what Steiner Sports was, if you grew up in the New York area. Yeah, I met him when I was living on Long Island. And Eli Manning, I mean, he's my favorite athlete of all time, point blank, period. Nobody quite like him on the field, off the field, the heroics, the playoff moments, everything in between. Man, I miss Eli, and I'm hoping that we get our next Eli Manning. And hey, it could end up happening tonight. We shall see. B Coop saying, let's have a great draft. Also, I'll give you a late day 2 on your pro day, bro. You had the Danny Dimes legs. Salute. New Jersey made Houston living. B Coop, thanks so much for the super chat. Shout out to you over in New Jersey. And shout out to you for giving me a day 2 grade on my pro day. Much appreciated. Much better than Ian. Ian doesn't want to even have me as a priority free agent, but I'll take a day 2 grade. That's higher than I expected. So thanks so much, B Coop, for the super chat. And also, Jacob, thanks for your super chat as well, just in case I didn't say thank you. Ian, you do support us a ton. You support Fireside Giants like crazy. Appreciate you for keeping it real. But you know what? I'm going to prove you wrong. The 40-yard dash is going to improve, and so will my draft stock, and I will be in the NFL one day. No, I won't. But all right. Appreciate you, Ian. Let's see. Salute from Utah. Raymond is here. What's up, Raymond? Appreciate you. Supporter of the channel, community member. Thank you so much. Edward Scissorhands saying, Antoine, what up? Chango Caro, hopefully I said your name right. Maybe Chango. I'm sorry if I butchered your name wrong, but regardless, happy birthday to you. I hope you get the New York Giants draft pick that you want, and I hope it's a great birthday for you wherever you're tuning in from. Hope you have an excellent evening. Let's go, New York Giants. Shout out to you. Everybody say W in the chat for our good friend here for his birthday. Sam Fountain dropping his predictions in the super chat. Sam, another absolute OG of the Fireside Giants community. Thank you so much for the super chat. Saying Carter and Dart, I will be happy. I'll be happy too. Pending the compensation to trade up and get Dart. We shall see what happens there. But Sam, thanks for tuning in. Happy to have you here. Knew you'd be here, but happy to see you in here nevertheless. John saying, thank God you didn't tear. I tore my ACL and then it was over. I tore each ACL twice in my knees. GG. John, that's awful, man. Absolutely brutal. Sorry to hear that. I hope your recovery went smooth. But yeah, I'm so thankful that I didn't tear mine. Really, really tough business there. Sorry to hear about that. But thank you for tuning in today. And hopefully the Giants give us some good show. Ian saying, holy gulp, second father figure draft got bro geeked. Listen, man, Eli Manning is one of the most important people in my life, and he's not even in my life. So that tells you everything you need to know about me as a New York Giants fan. Joseph asking, what about Mason Graham? I don't think he's on the New York Giants draft board. Simple reason being they didn't have him in for a top 30 visit. Highly doubt they're going to draft someone third overall if they did not have him in for a top 30 visit. So I do like Mason Graham, though. He's very good, but I do have some concern because he is an undersized defensive tackle. Sometimes those guys pan out and they flash in a pan and they are incredible. You know, thinking of some of the best defensive tackles in the NFL. Some of them are very undersized and it gives them a lot of athleticism. Others get a little overworked down in the trenches. So I like Mason Graham, but definitely wouldn't take Graham over a guy like, like Carter or Hunter personally. The Green Bay's convention center, wherever they're hosting this, maybe it's at Lambeau, they have reached capacity as the NFL draft is now officially beginning. I believe the Titans are officially on the clock. So here we are, guys. The NFL draft kicking off. Got another couple super chats in here. Trenton, thank you so much for another one. To be honest, Giants should do well tonight. Howie will too. Yeah, unfortunately for us, you're probably right. Howie Roseman and your Eagles will probably have a good draft, but you never know. Maybe they'll mess it up, and that's what we're waiting for. Hopefully, we see that happen from a New York Giants fan perspective. Gerald Parker dropping in, saying, Carter at 3, let's go Giants. Appreciate you so much for the super chat, Carter, or Gerald. And yes, I think Carter at 3 is what's going to happen. But we shall see. Maybe they will surprise us. Once we get to the Giants being on the clock, I am going to close the chat so that I don't get spoiled and give you guys my live, honest reaction. Turn up the TV volume and just lock in, and you guys will then see me on the other side. Just react to me as I see what the pick is, but that's in a little while from now. The kid asking, where's Alex? Alex is in a totally different time zone, not awake. He is over in, I think he's in Israel right now. And so I want to say that it is 3 a.m. by him. He might wake up and might pop in at some point soon, might get in here for the Giants draft pick, might not. Depends if he gets up, but we shall see. So stay tuned. We might get an Alex appearance. But either way, brother, I will be here all night long. All right, the Titans are officially on the clock. The NFL draft has begun. Let's go. Joseph saying, thanks, bud. How do you feel about a DT in round 2? If so, who would you pick? I would love to get a defensive tackle in the second round. I just don't know if the New York Giants are going to be making a pick in the second round. We shall see what happens later on tonight. But Tyreek Williams would be the defensive tackle that I target out of Ohio State. I think he's an incredible prospect. Michael saying the Bears suck. Bears Max saying it's on site. All right. Well, we don't want to fight with the Bears fans. Let's all be peaceful and civil tonight. In fact, I did hear that the Giants and Bears had some conversations about the number 3 overall pick and a potential trade. Don't think they went anywhere. Do not think that the trade is going to happen, but it is worth noting there were some phone calls made. Very interesting stuff. Let me get my TV up just a little bit here. I want to be able to hear what's going on with the Titans as they take 10 years to make a draft pick we all have known they're going to make for the last 3 months, right? That's how this always goes. Shout out to Drew Lock, guys. Drew Lock won that one meaningless game, and now the New York Giants are not getting Cam Ward, who obviously you all know I really wanted. NATO's in here. Shout out to NATO. What's up, brother? Sean's saying, here we go. Go up. Yeah, the draft is kicking off. Titans are on the clock. They'll take their time to announce a pick everyone knows they're going to make. Exactly. What can I watch the game on? The draft is on NFL Network and ESPN. I've got NFL Network. Somebody actually did ask me this on social media. I believe that you can watch it on the NFL app on NFL Network, or maybe the ESPN app might have it as well. Someone asked me which one I prefer on social media. I prefer NFL Network because I'm a huge Rich Eisen fan and I'm a huge fan of Daniel Jeremiah. So let's see. We got an update rolling in from Jordan Rannon. I will go ahead and read that out. Adam Schefter says at one point the Giants offered this year and next year's first-round pick for Cam Ward among other picks, and the Titans declined. Wow. Well, that's some pretty big news. Go ahead and send that to my graphic designer. That is interesting. What is your guys' take and reaction to that? This is awesome. Fireside in one earbud, live feed in the other. Appreciate you all. More Fireside bets this year. Yeah, Fireside bets. We will be getting that ramped up around football season once again, so stay tuned for that. And we might actually also have some other plans, some Fireside brands being introduced shortly. As you all I know love Fireside Giants, Fireside Yankees, of course. Stay tuned. There might be a Fireside Bills coming your way later this year. Not that many of you care because you're Giants fans, but might be a thing that we do. So very interesting stuff here. Adam Schefter saying that the New York Giants offered this year's first and next year's first for Cam Ward and the number 1 overall pick. What is your guys' reaction to that? For me personally, that would have been really interesting to see come to fruition. I probably would have made that deal, though. I loved Cam Ward. I thought Cam Ward was absolutely incredible. But hey, Ezekiel's saying he's glad that the Titans declined it. So, not everybody wants to give up a future first, and I totally get that. I don't know if this team is really in position to be giving up future first-round picks. I'm going to be honest. So I can't blame you for being happy that the Titans declined that. I love Cam Ward, and I believe in him as a prospect, but, I don't know if I would have wanted to give up the future first. But if that's what it took to get a franchise quarterback, hey, man, I think you got to pull the trigger. Barry saying, yo, Anthony, first time watching you do the draft. Let's go, Big Blue. Barry, thanks so much for tuning in. Hope this is your first, and I hope it's not your last. Hopefully you enjoy the show, and you join me once again next year, and the year after that, and the year after that. Drew saying, hey, Anthony, we are neighbors in South Florida. I live in Boca Raton. Your football camp today looked familiar. Go Giants. Yeah, I'm in South Florida. That was at Abacoa, where I did the pro day. I'm living up here in Palm Beach Gardens area, but Boca Raton, I was just there on Easter Sunday because I have a lot of family down there. So shout out to you, Drew, and appreciate your support. Sean Nevin saying Drew Lock, nothing else to say. Isn't that amazing? Drew Lock has the best game of his career randomly, out of nowhere, just plays like an all-pro for one day only, and boom, now the New York Giants do not get a quarterback at number 1 overall. And on top of that, they were willing to give up a future first-round pick just to get the opportunity to draft the player that they could have drafted if Drew Lock didn't play lights out on one random Sunday. It's unbelievable. The NFL draft is literally such a domino effect. It's such a fickle thing. So careful. You make one move, one mistake, whatever. Who knows what happens? It's so interesting. That's the NFL for you. There's Max saying, hearing 2 and 5 are about to swap. That seems to be the rumors that have been pouring in. But if it's really coming to fruition, man, that's interesting. Who do the Browns take at 5, though? What would their selection be? I'm very curious to see that. I wonder if it would end up being Mason Graham, maybe, the D tackle out of Michigan. I wonder if it could be a wide receiver, Ted McMillan. That's very interesting. I don't know. Lo-Fi Lotus was at that game where the Giants beat the Colts and lost the number 1 overall pick. That return touchdown was epic. Yeah, it was. I'm actually really happy that the Giants re-signed Amir Smith-Marset. I think he's a pretty good return man, and return specialist is something that the New York Giants have struggled to nail down for quite a while. But I'm happy that they finally seemingly have somebody that they like in Amir Smith-Marset. The NFL draft has officially begun. The pick is in on number 1 overall from the Tennessee Titans. We'll get officially Cam Ward's announcement soon enough that we all know is coming. But yeah, the draft has started. Number 2 will be on the clock. And the reports were that the Browns could trade this pick, but they will only trade it while they're on the clock. So we shall see ultimately what happens. And if they do move down to number 5 with the Jaguars, as many people are speculating. So we'll get that news pretty soon. Fireplace Gaming says the Giants have enough picks this year where they don't really need to trade down. If anything, they should trade up in the first. Well, they definitely tried to trade up. Adam Schefter saying that they offered a future first-round pick to move up to number 1 overall for Cam Ward. Actually, rather incredible that he broke that news tonight. I'm really happy that he did. I think it's pretty exciting news. And yeah, it definitely is interesting that the Giants tried so hard to get to Cam Ward. Ultimately did not work out. All right, so update from Alex. Alex may just join us, but it might not happen. Saying maybe, saying probably not, though. We'll see. But I'll let you guys know if he does join in. But he did just wake up to catch the beginning of the NFL draft. Maybe he makes an appearance to get in here at some point. But I do agree with the other half of this comment, about the Giants potentially trading up. Bears Max is saying the 2 and 5 pick swap is official. That's really interesting. I haven't seen that on my TV yet, but oh man, that's going to get really exciting if that's the case. But what I will say is I would have loved to see the Giants move from 3 to 2 and get Travis Hunter because I really like Travis Hunter. I think he's going to be an absolute superstar. However, who knows? Maybe it'll be something different. I'm seeing a couple of people saying that number 2 has been traded. Man, I am getting giddy over here. Let's see what happens. Once that number 2 pick is in, I will turn off the chat for a little while and give you guys my live reaction. And then we'll see. I will see you on the other side of that one. But, man, I'm excited. We shall see what happens. Cam Ward is walking on the stage. I'm happy for Cam Ward, man. Oh, yeah, see? There it is on my screen. Jacksonville, number 2 overall. It really happens. Wow, I cannot wait to see the compensation on that trade. Sheesh. That's going to be a doozy. I wonder if they get an extra first-round pick out of that just to move down 3 spots. I wonder if they get a first next year. I think it's possible. And I think it says a lot about the way that the Browns feel about this quarterback class. 2 firsts? Holy crap. Whoa. All right. I'm trying to avoid Twitter because I don't want to get spoiled for the picks. I want to give you guys live reactions, but I got to see that. believe the top 36 picks. Holy, wow. They did get a first-round pick. Browns received 5th overall, 36th pick, 2026 first. Oh, my God. That's unreal. Whoo! Man, I love the NFL draft. The NFL draft cannot be anything more exciting. Jags, NATO saying Jags better not be getting Travis. I don't think they're making this trade for Carter. They've got a great pass rush. This is definitely for Travis. Unfortunate as that may be. If it is for Carter, well then, sheesh. Interesting. Maybe the Giants do end up with Travis, but wow, the trade compensation is flashing across my TV now. Holy crap. That's a blockbuster. I really never saw this one coming. Like for the last several weeks, I thought the Browns were locked in. I never imagined that the Browns would move down from the spot. I mean, why would you, right? You're going to get a potential all-pro talent there at number 1, number 2, and number 3 overall. I think so. I'm a little shocked that the Browns actually went through with this. Can't believe it, but man, that's interesting. Christian, yeah, maybe they could take Shador at 5. I guess it's possible. I don't think it's likely. Sanders at 5 would be insane. Total Browns move. Absolutely a Browns move. Hey, I did say that a few weeks ago. Why would the Browns owner go to the Colorado Pro Day if not to scout a quarterback? I said there's no way the owner was there to scout Travis Hunter, a corner/wide receiver. Why would the owner go to a Colorado or any pro day to scout a skill position player? You're only going for a quarterback. However, I don't know if a quarterback is going to be the move for the Browns, but of course, we shall see. Very, very interesting stuff occurring here in the NFL draft. Wow. All right. Yeah, I wasn't sold that the Browns were sold on Travis Hunter, so we'll see. Very, very interesting. What exactly did the Jags give up? They gave up a future first-round pick and their second-round pick in this year's draft, plus some extra draft capital sprinkled throughout the mid-rounds. Very interesting stuff. Trenton, you're right. Alex is probably posted on X. I'm trying to avoid X, but he is. He did text me. He did let me know. He's awake. He's watching with one eye open, he says, as he's fighting through the sleep demons. But I don't know if he's going to make it on. He might make it on the stream. Bears Max says, watch a Browns move down from 5 to 10. Apparently, they could trade down a second time. Number 10 overall would be really interesting. We could, of course, see Ashton Genty to the Browns is my prediction. I think they're going to get him one way or another. All right, the pick is in. I want to be shocked by this one, so I am going to go ahead and close the chat for the time being and give you guys my live reaction for pick number 2 and number 3. Starting to get a little nervous. Anybody else starting to get a little nervous about what the New York Giants might do? Yeah, me too. I'm going to start getting really excited if this pick for the Jaguars is Abdul Carter and we got the Giants staring down Travis Hunter in the face. I'll tell you that much. I'm a big Travis fan. But I can't wait for Abdul Carter, too, if he is a New York Giant, as we expect him to be. What a freaking deal here for the Jaguars and the Browns. Unreal. That's unreal. Sheesh, man. We'll see how the Jaguars fare this season. Maybe they can finally get something out of Trevor Lawrence, the former number 1 overall pick. Maybe we'll get some Travis and Brian Thomas Jr. and Travis Hunter is a sick wide receiver duo. Sheesh. Pick is in. It's got to be Travis. That's going to be a sick duo. That's for sure. But can Trevor Lawrence maximize that duo? That's a big question. Trevor Lawrence better tighten on. Better actually play some good ball. Put up or shut up time, I think, for Trevor Lawrence. Man. All right, though. We'll see. If the pick is in, that means the Giants are on the clock. So the Giants are officially on the clock, my friends. Let's see what the New York Giants end up doing here. The number 3 overall pick. I can't wait. I honestly, call me crazy, I like that trade for the Jaguars. I like it. The Jaguars making that trade to get, in my opinion, the only generational player in this draft class, arguably Abdul Carter, but I do it. You got a quarterback that you like on your roster already. Liam Cohen, the new coach, needed some weapons for his offense. I like this trade for the Jaguars. I think this is an exciting move. Let me see the pick come in and confirm that it's for Travis Hunter, as I think it is. But I would be willing to give up a lot for Travis, and I'm not surprised that the Jaguars were willing to. Unreal. Jaguars selection. All right, say the pick. Stop with the theatrics, right? I need to hear this. Come on now. Eric Armstead just up there getting booed for no reason. Just say the pick.
Thank you to the commissioner. Thank you to the Payton family and the NFL and nationwide. And also, tonight I want to encourage each player embarking on the NFL journey to identify a passion close to their heart and act upon it. Use your platform to make your community.
Well, Giants are on the clock, and they have been for quite a while at this point, since the Jaguars are taking 9,000 years to make the pick. So you guys probably already know who the Giants are drafting. I don't, but I'm excited to find out momentarily. As we all know, I think number 3 is pretty much a lock. I think we know it's going to be Abdul Carter. I think the real stuff is going to happen later on in this first round. Will the Giants wind up making another pick is the big question. I can't wait to find out the answer.
And with the second pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Travis Hunter, wide receiver, defensive back for Colorado.
Wow. All right, Travis off the board. My dreams are dead, but Abdul Carter is a great consolation prize for me. I really cannot wait for this pick to just come in and confirm it. God, the Giants better not do anything stupid. I get nervous every year. Ever since 2019, when the Giants shocked us with a great pass rusher on the board and took Daniel Jones, I get so nervous every time they're on the clock to make a first-round selection now. And they've had some really good selections over the past couple of years on paper that didn't pan out as well. So I'm always nervous for the New York Giants when they're picking in the first round. But we'll see what happens. I'm happy for Travis Hunter, though, man. That's a guy who lives, breathes, eats, sleeps, does everything football. He is one of the most football people that you will ever see. I'm very happy for Travis Hunter. Should have been the number 1 overall pick, but quarterbacks are always going to go 1. Travis Hunter, absolute superstar. And hey, I live in Florida, so I'll definitely be catching a Jaguars game at some point just to see this guy play. He's dancing on the stage. How do you not like Travis Hunter, man? Gotta love it. He is awesome. Man, he would have looked good in blue. But you know who's going to look good? You all know who's going to look good. It's going to be Abdul. Wow, it's weird having the live chat close and just seeing chats come in. I imagine there's just going to be a big burst soon enough, and that's when I'm going to know that the pick has been made. Nervous. All right, they're just going to – NFL Network is going to sit here and glaze Travis Hunter for the next 30 minutes, I guess. We're just not going to pick. Come on now. Let me see my New York Giants. Man, I'm freaking nervous. I didn't expect to be this nervous. I'm like, kind of know what the pick is going to be. Anybody else nervous? I can't see if you say it in the chat if you're nervous or not, but I imagine I can't be the only one, right? Wow.
Travis, what is making you jump around this stage with glee?
Travis is awesome, man. Definitely got to go to a Jags game. Next time the Giants and Jags are playing. I was there last time the Giants and Jags played. Was that in 2022, I believe it was? Giants went to the playoffs that season. It was the stop on the 1 yard line. That was electric, dude. You could feel the floor, the ground in the stadium was shaking. Giants fans were so loud in that game. That felt like a home game, even though it was in Jacksonville, of all places. That was absolutely electric. One of the most exciting games I've been to. I've been to a lot of really exciting football games, though. That was a great one for sure. All right, Travis Hunter's walking off the stage, which means that the New York Giants should be getting their pick in very soon. They haven't even shown the Giants draft room here on NFL Network. Let's see if they do. Pick is in. New York Giants pick is in. Here we go. Here we go, guys. Here we go, Giants fans. New York Giants pick is in. Wow. Please be Carter. Listen, guys, you know I like Sanders. You know I like Dart. I don't want to see a quarterback come off the board here at number 3. I might actually lose my mind. I know I was the big proponent of taking a quarterback when you have a chance. I don't know how you pass up a player like Abdul Carter here at number 3 overall. You better take Abdul Carter. Let's see. Pick is in. Pick is officially in. Hopefully my TV volume isn't too loud for you all and impeding your enjoyment of the stream, but you'll be able to know right when I hear and see the pick. Come on. Pick is in.
If you want to go out to recess, he's the first pick. That's what it is. He's just better at football, and he can do everything. And one of the most dynamic receivers in the league last year.
They really take their time on this NFL draft. It's unbelievable. They just have, no sense of urgency to make these freaking picks get announced. I love it and I hate the NFL draft. I don't know, man. I think with Russell Wilson, you can get by for a year or so. Just take the best player available. Figure out the quarterback later. Maybe it'll happen later on in this round. Maybe it'll happen tomorrow. We'll find out. I feel like my TV's behind. I feel like everybody's already knowing the pick. Pick is in. I see Steve Tisch. I see John Mara. I see Brian Dable clapping. He looks happy. I'm going to imagine. Well, I don't know now.
The New York Giants select Abdul Carter.
Boom! Abdul Carter, baby. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. New York Giants defensive football is back, baby. Great pick. I love the pick. I love the pick. Abdul Carter, as we all expected. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Abdul Carter, Brian Burns, Dexter Lawrence. That's all you need on a defensive line. That can be a playoff and maybe championship caliber defensive line, mark my words. This is making up for the sins of passing over Micah Parsons in the past. This is what the New York Giants needed. This is to bring back the identity of their defense and the identity of New York Giants football. Let's go, man. I love it. I love it. Arguably the best player in the draft class. How are we feeling, Giants fans? How are we feeling, Giants fans? I love it. I was really sweating bullets. I was scared that the Giants were going to go ahead and take Jackson Dart at number 3, guys. I'm not going to lie to you. I was really, really scared. If the Giants took Jackson Dart at number 3, I would have broken my TV. You guys can remember that I said that because that's very real. I was about to tackle this thing. But, hey, it's Abdul Carter. It's a great selection, and I couldn't be happier. Let's fucking go, New York Giants fans. Giants football is back. New York Giants football is back. Defense, defense, defense. Build through the trenches, baby. All right. Defense. Jeffrey psyched. Trying to get back caught up with the chat. Philip Santana's happy. Sean's happy. Dylan's happy. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Bears Max saying now the fun begins. Eric's in here. Woo. NATO, yes, sir. LFG. LFG's in the fucking chat, boys. Let's go. Let's fucking go, New York Giants. Apologies for the language if you're watching with your children. Or if you are a child. Don't repeat my words. I mean, how does it get any better? NASCAR package, baby. Abdul Carter, Dexter Lawrence, Brian Burns. Hopefully we hold on to Kavon Tibido. I will be pissed if the New York Giants do pass on from Kavon Tibido. I really hope it doesn't happen, but man, I am so excited about this. Let's go, Giants. There's Max saying no swearing. It's so funny you say that because as soon as I swore, a bunch of people dropped out of the chat. So my fault. I will stop swearing. Jeff K saying hell, effing yeah. I'll say effing. No, none of the actual word. Joseph Trunkle, LFG. Let's go, Giants. Let's go. Hunter says, I've never been happier. Oh, official Mark Anthony says best front seven. Hunter says never been happier. Hey, man, I'm happy too. Giants just landed an elite player. You can't complain. I know a lot of you might have wanted a quarterback at number 3. I know all day we heard that a quarterback at number 3 was still a possibility. You can't pass up a player like Abdul Carter. The Giants made that mistake way back when in 2021. They passed up on Micah Parsons. If you guys have been watching the channel since then, you know how adamant I was that they can't pass up Micah Parsons at number 21 overall, or at number 11 overall back in 2021. But hey, that's all right. We made up for it now. Finally. Let's see if we get our freaking quarterback tonight, too. Oh, let's go, let's go, let's go. I am fucking hyped up. I think I cursed again. I'm sorry, guys. I'm excited, man. Can you blame me? Oh, man. Let's go, New York Giants. Let's go. Let me get some tweets out about this, guys.
Yeah, look, I appreciate New York. They get everything out of me. I'm thankful to be here. I'm thankful to have this opportunity.
In what ways are you going to make this Giants defense incredible?
Wow. Crimson Lotus is happy. LT 2.0. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, but man, I hope you're right. You know, let's see what he can become. The new 11. What number do you guys think he's going to wear? I think number 12 is the only low number available. Obviously, he wore 11 in college. I wonder if number 12 could be on the table for Abdul Carter. Man. Blue Badger, if we get a defensive tackle at 34 and our defensive line has Carter, has Burns, Tibido, Lawrence, and a stud at number 34 overall, I mean, holy shit, how is that not the best defensive line in football, right? It's got to be. We're about to see an awesome pass rush here for the New York Giants. I can't wait. They better keep Tibido, man. I'm telling you, Carter and Tibido is the move. That's how this defensive line hits another level. Socrates reminds you of Derek Thomas, rest in peace. That's a pretty good comp. I like that. Derek Thomas was a hell of a player, man. Hell of a player. All right, guys. What do you number 11 is retired Dame Phil Simms, former New York Giants, Ring of Honor and quarterback. Phil Simms, they definitely won't be on retiring that one. I can tell you that much. Man, what a freaking day. Guys, grade the pick down below. I'm giving it an A+. This is arguably the best player in the draft class. It doesn't get better than this. I think this is an absolutely phenomenal selection. Drop your grades down below in the comment section. Got an A+ from the one. Shout out to you. A+. A+ is all across the board is what it's looking like. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Let's go. We got an awesome sauce grade from Eric. That's pretty cool. Awesome sauce is a very high grade. I heard that's the maximum on the grading scale. That's pretty sweet. Got a big question here from Ghost Maverick. When is our next pick? Our next pick is number 34 overall, the second pick in the second round. However, the New York Giants very well might trade up once again tonight. Steven with a super chat here that I missed. Thanks so much, Steven, saying next to get Jackson Dart. Very well could happen tonight. I'm very curious to see if the Giants do end up making that trade. Very excited. I got a great tweet that I just sent out, and I'm going to throw this one up on the chat. Hopefully, my good friend Eric Wilson from FSR is in here to see this one. I'm going to share my screen. You're going to like this, and I think a lot of you Giants fans will. I really like Abdul Carter, man. I really like him as a player. He's going to be sick. How about this one? You underestimate my power. Of course, from when Anakin Skywalker turned to the dark side and became Darth Vader. Well, the New York Giants do not underestimate their power with this defensive line. They've got Abdul Carter, and he is going to be the Darth Vader of this defensive line, and I can't freaking wait. Absolutely thrilled here. What are we thinking? How are we feeling? Eric says, don't try it, Anakin. The Darth Vader eye tape. He needs to keep that going when he's on the Giants. Man, what a pick. All right, Giants fans, how we feeling? Let's get hyped. Let's get hyped. Banksio wants Jalen Milroe. Ralph is loving this big D. Nice, Ralph. Fantastic. Yeah. Major pause, guys. Major pause. I don't think the fourth pick has happened yet. It still says, oh, never mind. I missed it too. Will Campbell. It was announced. Oops. Will Campbell, LSU offensive tackle. I know you're an LSU fan, Eric. That's pretty exciting. Number 5 at Cleveland. I'm very curious to see what they do here after trading down. Ralph says, love FSG. You guys are the best. Thank you so much, Ralph. Appreciate you for tuning in here. Browns are on the clock at number 5 overall. Do we think it could be Shedeur Sanders or will it be Mason Graham would be my prediction. But we shall see very soon. I'm excited to find out. Bang, bang, boom. Kavon Tibido tweets out, yeah, we going crazy. How do you like that? That could age really poorly in the next couple of hours. Totally possible that this tweet could age absolutely terribly. He could get traded. However, it could age great because I think the Giants should do the right thing and keep him on this team. Do we think the Browns are going to do something crazy here? Max thinks they are. The pick is officially in for the Cleveland Browns. I cannot wait to see what they decide to do. Wow, A++ from Anthony. Many pluses. Luke, Alex is traveling. He's in a different time zone, unable to join here. But you guys got me, and you got our boy Tibosaurus Rex. Hopefully we don't have to rename him. Maybe we'll go with Cartersaurus Rex. That's not nearly as fun. I don't know. You guys let me know. Drop the names for if we have to rename Tibosaurus just in case Kavon gets traded. I don't think he will, but you never know. Rich D wants Walter Nolan at 34. I think he's going to go top 15. I think Nolan's going to go really early, earlier than a lot of people expect. Bang, bang, boom. Abdulian Rex, Abdulosaurus. I like those. Those are good. Let's see how it goes. All right, you guys in the chat, predict the sack total for Abdul Carter in his rookie season. I'm going to go with at least 8.5. I think he at least pushes up to double digits, I think. What did Micah Parsons have as a rookie? I'm so curious. Micah Parsons as a rookie he had 13 sacks as a rookie. Holy crap. All right, that's the bar. Let's get at least 12. Yeah, let's get at least 12 from Abdul Carter this year. That's what I need to see. I need this kid to be the defensive rookie of the year. Oh, the Browns making the pick.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Mason Graham.
Mason Graham. All right. I mean, he's the best player available. That's fine. Not as exciting as I thought it would be. I thought they might trade down again. I think this is a big one here with the Las Vegas Raiders. Are they going to go ahead and take Ashton Genty? Let's see. Ian Rappaport saying the Giants are going to trade back up into the first. Yeah, probably. Very well could. Man, what a night.
This is a guy with a wrestling background who is unbelievable against the run. You cannot move him at the point of attack. He plays with incredible leverage, and then he also flashes this ability that he showed against Alabama to penetrate, make his way into the backfield. Just a dominant player against the run. Pass rush-wise, I think there's more growth to come there, but he showed
Raiders are taking Genty, ruining the dreams of all Bears fans. That's unfortunate. Max, open invitation if you want to react to the Bears pick live on here. You let me know. Shoot me a text. NATO pointing out Shador is falling like everyone said. That's crazy. Giants might actually get him. I do wonder how far he falls. Obviously, we've heard that the Saints at 9 will not take him. I wonder how much further he falls and if the New York Giants will consider making a trade up to go ahead and grab him. But it is only pick 5, so it's not much of a fall just yet. Once we get past 9, if he starts slipping through the teens, then it's a fall. Let's see what happens. Eric wants the Saints to take a franchise quarterback. I don't know if there is one at 9, but Eric, the rumor is that they might just go ahead and take Jackson Dart at number 9 overall. I know Didi Kinkabwala of CBS said that today, so we'll see. I don't think it's going to happen, but we shall see. You know what, guys? Give me 1 second. I'm going to go ahead and boom. Giants draft Abdul Carter live reaction. Let's change the title of this video. Yeah. Boom. Just changed the title on the very video and live stream that you guys are watching. Bears Max says Spencer Rattler is a franchise quarterback. Nope. Hey, here's my take, though, on Spencer Rattler. After watching Tyler Shuck the other day, if you guys did tune in for the film breakdown that I did on the mid-round quarterbacks, Tyler Shuck is this year's Spencer Rattler for me. I think they have very similar career paths, and I think they're going to have very similar careers. We'll see. I think situation is everything. Maybe we get Rattler to become a good player one day. I don't know if it's going to be at the Saints or otherwise. Same goes for Shuck. You guys know I'm not the biggest Shuck guy, but I think that they're very similar comps personally. We'll see how that goes. Buzz that Tyler Shuck could be a first-round pick, I think, is complete BS. I don't think that happens. Not buying that one, but I guess we'll see. Oh, no. Sorry, Max. Sounds like it's going to be Genty, huh? Number 6. You know what, though, guys? I don't like reporters who tweet the picks before they're announced. Like, you suck. This is a television event. This is not a Twitter event. This is a television event. We should all be finding out together on live television. The world has changed too much. We need the sense of community back. And I think the Twitter is just spoiling the fun. This should be a television event, and we should all be finding out together on the TV screen. That's just my take. Maybe I'm just an old man yelling at a cloud, even though I'm only 23. But I've been called a boomer before. The Saints should just wait to mid-year. Daniel Jones will be available then. Or Anthony Richardson. We'll see. Eric had the first 3 picks spoiled because of ESPN notifications. It's annoying as hell, isn't it? Like, everything gets spoiled. You don't get to live and react and have some enjoyment and excitement with these drafts because everybody's like, oh, I want to be first on the scene. Screw you. You don't need to be first. Don't tip the pick. Just let it get announced, man. Whatever. Jeffrey's sick of the nonstop chatter. I agree with you. I like that we're all in this live chat, and obviously I wasn't watching as the pick was coming in the live chat because I didn't want to be spoiled, but hopefully nobody did spoil it too far in advance. Hopefully you all were reacting in live time, but I like this. This is fun. We're reacting as a community right now. That's a blast, but Jordan Schultz of Fox Sports tweeting the pick 5 minutes before it's announced. Get out of here, bro. You're annoying. Personally. Drew's asking me, do I want another Raiders just picked? No, don't spoil it, but actually it just got announced on my television anyway, so I see. Ashton Genty. Chris doesn't want Sanders or Shuck. How do I feel about Will Howard or Quinn? I'm not big on Quinn Ewers because I think that he made a little of a large situation, if that makes sense. We'll see, though. This is big news. Joe Shane just said that he's already told Kavon Tibido that they will pick up his 5th-year option. Let me go ahead and pull that up on the screen. I do feel as though that's a pretty big piece of news. Let me go ahead and find that so I can pull it up. That notification just came and went in a freaking flash. Joe Shane that said that they were hugging and happy, hugging each other in the draft room when they selected Carter. Sweet. Good. Should be. All right. All right, let me go ahead and pull this up. Let's react to that. We got a hell yeah NASCAR, baby. Yes, sir. Let's see the NASCAR. Let's see the NASCAR package make its return here for the New York Giants. All right, so here's the big report. Art Stapleton tweeted it. Many other did. The New York Giants will be picking up the 5th-year option on Kavon Tibido. So let's go ahead and break that down. What does that mean for the Giants? What does it mean for Kavon Tibido? Does it mean anything for his future with the New York Giants? Here's everything that I have to say on it. Actually, hold on, because this is bothering my OCD. Let me just change the background on this because we have the wrong background peeping through. There we go. All right. So the Giants are picking up Kavon Tibido's 5th-year option. If you're curious about the financial details of that, the 5th-year option is worth $14 million. So it's going to be a fully guaranteed $14 million cap hit in 2026. That's what the New York Giants are now adding to their books by picking up Kavon Tibido's 5th-year option. What does this mean for Kavon Tibido's future? Well, it does bode positively for his stay in New York. It means that the New York Giants do believe he's a good enough player to pay him $14 million, which, in my opinion, is not an exorbitant price tag for a defensive end who has had a 10-plus sack season. Phil is saying in the chat that it's a steal. I agree with you. I think that A defensive lineman of his caliber on the open market at least gets $14 million. So I think the 1-year $14 million deal is a good price tag. I was in favor of picking up the 5th-year option. I think this is the right decision unequivocally for the New York Giants. So the other half of this question, what does it mean for Kavon Tibido's future here with the New York Giants? So this is still a very tradable contract. Even if they pick up the 5th-year option and they're holding on to him, what I will say is I do not think that he gets traded tonight. I don't think that Joe Schoen would have told the media, hey, we already told Kavon Tibido we're picking up his 5th-year option. I don't think he would have said that to the media if the Giants planned on trading him 2 hours later from now. Don't think that's going to happen. So what I think this means for the Giants is we're going to wait and see. If the New York Giants are having a very poor 2025 season, then I do feel as though halfway through, then Kavon Tibido could be placed on the trade block. The purpose of this 5th-year option is to give the New York Giants flexibility. If they want to keep Kavon Tibido on this contract or extend him, now they have the option. On top of that, they also do have the option to trade him this season at a more attractive rate. Because if they were to trade him now, there is no future year left on his contract. If they decline the 5th-year option, a team would be unwilling to trade for a player who is going to be a free agent at the end of the season. Now that the New York Giants are officially picking up his 5th-year option, they have more flexibility to extend him, to keep him on that 5th-year option, let him play it out, or to trade him this year or next year, which is crucial. What if the Giants like him this year and then in 2026 they decide, you know what, maybe I want to move on? Now they have the option to trade him and get something for him rather than having him walk in free agency. This is crucial. This is a big, important piece of news, and this is the right decision unequivocally for the New York Giants. Picking up his 5th-year option, great step forward. I hope this means that he's going to be on the New York Giants for the entirety of the 2025 season. But like I said, picking up the 5th-year option makes him a more tradable asset. So whether you want him around long-term or you don't, this was still the right decision. The $14 million cap hit is completely manageable and not an overpay, by any stretch of imagination. This is a good decision from the New York Giants. That's my entire take on the 5th-year option. Hopefully he doesn't get traded later tonight and make my take look stupid, but I'm telling you, that's not going to happen. He will not be traded tonight. I feel pretty confident in that. I do not see why Joe Schoen would announce that they're picking up the 5th-year option if they planned on trading him within the next 2 hours. I agree with Joseph. I do think that Tibbs is going to blossom this season, and I think he's going to blossom because of Abdul Carter. I think that having Abdul Carter playing with another guy like Kavon Tibido allows both of them to flourish. I think you can move Tibido around, you can move Carter around, and you can free up more one-on-ones for everybody. I think it's awesome, and I think it's the move. All right, we got a very cool graphic here. We have so much going up on the social media, and I'm so detached from it doing this live stream, and that's awesome because we have a great team here at Fireside Giants, and I'm going to give all of them a major shout out right now. Shout out to Chris Porco, shout out to Danny Cortillo, shout out to Alex Wilson, of course, and shout out to Dylan Backer, my great team here at Fireside Giants. Really love and appreciate all of you. Thank you so much for all the help. Socrates saying, NASCAR, ladies and gentlemen, start your engines. Guys, yes, look at this. What Matt just said. Carter, Dex, Burns, and Tibbs is freaking wild. This was my take. Giants fans were saying, oh, if you're going to take Carter at 3, you got to move on from Kavon Tibido. No, you do not. Imagine if the Giants said this. All right, here's the thing. The Giants had Justin Tuck, Osi Umenyiora, and Michael Strahan on their defensive line. They still took Matthias Kiwanuka in the first round. Imagine if they did that today and Giants fans were like, trade away Justin Tuck. We don't need him with Kiwanuka coming in. Trade away Osi. Trade away Strahan. Let's get younger at the position. We don't need him with Kiwanuka coming in. Do you hear how insane that sounds? Now, I understand Thibodeau is not an all-pro or anything like that, but he is a very good player, and he's still 24 years old, young, and blossoming. Now, fast forward a couple of years later, the New York Giants went ahead with Kiwanuka, with Tuck, with Osi still on the roster. 2010 NFL draft, take Jason Pierre-Paul in the first round. So they go ahead and they do that, and you're looking at it from this perspective. Now, should the New York Giants move on from Thibodeau? Absolutely not. Think about that. What if back in 2010-11, when the Giants drafted Jason Pierre-Paul, would fans have said, move on from Tuck, move on from Osi, move on from Kiwanuka, trade one of these guys? Absolutely not. Stack the defensive line. Add as many pass rushers as you can. That's how you win a Super Bowl. Go back as far as the 80s. The Giants had the best linebacker core in the NFL. Did that stop them from drafting Carl Banks and adding more talent to that linebacker core? No, it didn't. Drafting Carl Banks and adding to that linebacker core won them a Super Bowl. So the New York Giants are doing the right thing here if they do keep Kavon Tibido, and if you do hold on to the rest of these pass rushers. This is how you build a championship caliber defensive line for the New York Giants. So that's my take on it. If you disagree, you disagree, but let's look at the Eagles as well. Let's even use them as an example. They had Fletcher Cox. They had Brandon Graham. They had a great defensive line. They had other guys in there, Josh Sweat as well, I believe. Still took Jalen Carter 9th overall. What did that result in? A Super Bowl. There's actually a history here that we're picking up on of teams drafting defensive linemen on stacked defensive lines and then directly winning Super Bowls as a result. This is the right selection for the New York Giants, and keeping Kavon Tibido is the correct decision as well. So I'm super happy. I couldn't be happier. I'm absolutely thrilled. And yeah, the pass rush is back. The Big Blue Wrecking Crew, New York Giants have their identity back on defense. Shout out to all 750 of you in the live chat right now. Let's fucking go, Giants fans. Let's go, man. I'm thrilled. Let's go. The kid saying Sanders is slipping. Honestly, we did expect this. We did expect Shedeur Sanders to slide down the board a little bit here, but you're right. He absolutely is slipping. Scott saying I'm spot on. I do appreciate you. Thank you so much. Yeah, man, I think that the pass rush coming back is huge for the Giants. Could you imagine if we picked him, Shedeur? Yeah, I could imagine. It would have been a very ugly reaction on this channel, I can tell you that. And I like Shedeur Sanders, but not over Abdul Carter. Not over Abdul Carter. I'm so happy Abdul Carter is on the Giants, man. This is awesome. This is a defensive line to get excited about. This is a reason to tune in and watch the New York Giants this season. See this pass rush get to work every single day, every single Sunday. Thursday, Monday, whatever day they're playing, Saturday in some very rare cases. I don't think the Giants have a Saturday game this season.
Why can't we say we're the best home shopping site? Because while true, we say that legally. What if we said it in Spanish?
Man, this is cool.
No. What if he said Homes.com is the best? Homes.com is the best. Hey, you're not actually allowed to drink in a beer commercial? Since when? You gotta wait till it's done. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Rise and shine.
Welcome, what's your life here?
GMFB is live from LA, and we've got all things football. Over here, baby.
All right, all right. What else are we thinking? Wow. So this is another big piece of news. Let's go ahead and react to this. I'll pull this tweet up. Holy cow. This is something. I'm going to pull this up right away. Hold on with me, Giants fans. We've got some interesting stuff coming up. Ready for this one? All right, so big news here coming from Dan Duggan of The Athletic. Joe Schoen said to the media that they have 5 or 6 players that they could trade up from 34 to draft. So the night certainly might not be over. So, guys, you go ahead and you strap into this Fireside Giants live stream that will not be ending until probably 11, 12 o'clock. I am so excited to be live for all these hours, and I'm so excited to be doing this with you guys. The New York Giants are definitely going to be making a second pick tonight. 5 or 6 players they could trade up from 34 for. That's crazy. I did have a hunch that even if it wasn't for a quarterback, the Giants just want to get in the back end of this first round anyway. There's a lot of talent that's going to be there. And I think they want that 5th-year option. That's crucial, as we're seeing right now, of course, with Kavon Tibido. So very, very exciting. I agree, Fireplace. 5 or 6 is crazy. That's a lot more than I expected, man. Eric Wilson saying he's one of the 5 or 6. I don't think so, man. I don't think that you are. But if you end up getting the call from Joe Schoen, make sure you join the live stream. I'll send you the link. You can speak to him live on the phone and share the conversation with us on Fireside Giants. But I don't think you're going to be the pick, man. I got to say, I don't think so. Who do you guys think is going to be the pick? Drop it in the chat right now. My prediction, I think it's going to be Jackson Dart. Although I am waiting to see what happens here at number 9 overall. And I did turn my notifications off just in case we get a big surprise with the number 9 overall pick. I am closing the comment section for the time being so that I can react just in case a quarterback flies off the board to the New Orleans Saints. But yeah, really interesting stuff right there for the Giants. 5 or 6 players that they could trade up for is quite a few. Wow. Going to be a long night for the Giants. Wow. It's crazy. We've been doing these live streams, 5, 6 years now live on the channel? They just get bigger and bigger. We've got almost 800 people in here. Thank you guys so much for all of your support. This is such a blast. Appreciate you guys. It's time for the Giants to throw a dart at the board. Catch my drift? I think you do. Man, I'm getting excited now. Could you imagine if the Giants really walk out of this with Abdul Carter and Jackson Dart in the first round? Joe Shane, when asked if the Giants are done for the night, said, "We'll see." Wow. We'll see how the night goes. Yeah, they're definitely going to be trading up. Ted McMillan to the Panthers. That just flashed across my screen. What a selection there. Bears Max, if you're still in the chat, looks like your Chicago Bears are going to stick and pick. Ted McMillan is a really good player, man. It's very interesting how his draft stock varied throughout the process. At one point, he was like a lock for a top 5 pick. Then it was like, oh, maybe he's a top 20 pick. Still ends up being top 10. I think what we always see in this draft is we expect it to get so crazy, and it's never as crazy as we expect, right? Like we thought, oh, man, the Bears are going to make a trade. The Raiders, obviously we did get the crazy trade for Travis with the Jags. That was unbelievable. But even still, outside of that, it's been chalk. It's been everything we expected. Like we knew Tet was probably going to the Panthers. Let me get some pop here. Let me get some excitement from number 9 overall. If the Saints are going to shock us and maybe take Shador, I could see that happening. I don't know what's happening, though, because I closed the chat and I closed all my notifications, so I have no idea what's being done here. But we're going to find out soon enough, aren't we? Should be fun. Should be fun. All right. Oh, no. This guy messed up my graphic. Uh-oh. All right. Let me see. Make sure I'm not missing anything else in the world of the Giants. Abdul Carter said his foot is ready to go. Said they're going to be the most dominant group and there's no limit to what he can do. Absolutely love to hear that. You kidding me? Let's go. His foot is ready to go. I am ready to go. That is exciting. Let's see what happens. Is the Saints pick in for you guys? It is not in for me. Maybe it's just NFL Network is super slow. Let me flip over to ESPN. I can't hear what they're saying anyway, so it doesn't even matter. Whatever one's faster at this point. Get my reactions going. Pick is in for the Saints over here on ESPN now. I don't know why NFL Network is so damn far behind. Wow. Exciting times here for the New York Giants. Very exciting. Oh, and I just got the number 9 pick spoiled for me. So let's get back into this live chat. I don't know if it's been spoiled in the chat just yet. So let's see. No, it hasn't. This is what I'm talking about, guys. You can't even everything just gets spoiled. You can't enjoy the draft naturally anymore. It's so annoying. Oh, well. I'll wait until it's officially announced. Wow. Shout out to Darth Vader for joining the New York Giants. That's pretty sweet. Christian Whitehead with the super chat. Thanks so much, Christian, saying this makes you think what Joe's right value is. It's a great question, man. I wonder what he thinks is the right value for a quarterback. Oh, I also missed a super chat from Nathan. Thanks so much, Nathan, saying who is going to block this defensive line? The good luck. I don't know. Good luck trying to stop this defensive line because this is a mean group of pass rushers. This is a game plan nightmare for an offensive line, right? You've already got a nightmare in your hands with Dexter Lawrence. Pause. You've already got a nightmare in front of you with Brian Burns. Kavon Tibido, I know Giants fans, he hasn't been the most productive player, but when you have guys like Dexter Lawrence or Brian Burns getting sacks, a lot of that is because Kavon Tibido is on the defensive line alongside them, and teams do respect him, and teams do have to game plan for all of these guys. And now you're throwing Abdul Carter into the mix. I am really excited to see what the Giants do with Abdul Carter. Is he just going to play on the edge? Are they going to move him on the inside? Is he going to play some off-ball linebacker? I think that's what's so exciting about him, right? He's so versatile. You can move him all over the place and do so much with him. He's going to be a really fun player. I don't know how you block this defensive line with Carter now adding into it, and I hope nobody does. I hope that we just run through everybody, NASCAR package all the way, baby. Buckle your seatbelts. Christian Whitehead saying, this makes you think, what's Joe's right value? As I already read off, but reading off again to fully answer it now. Christian, thanks so much for the super chat. I have to think that his right value is the back end of the first round. I wonder if there's going to be some whispers like, oh, hey, Dart could end up going at this range, and then the Giants make a trade, or if they're going to have a certain number that they will only draft him at. Like, I wonder if they have a draft floor or a draft ceiling for some of these players, and they're going to decide, hey, we'll trade up to this number, but no further. I'm very curious to see how this all plays out, but I don't think the Giants are done. I think they're going to get back to work here in the next few minutes, and I bet you we do get a trade. By the time 11 p.m. runs around, I think the Giants are going to be making a second pick tonight. Eric saying who? Kelvin Banks Jr. is one of the best offensive linemen in this draft class. This is a good pick for the Saints. It's way earlier than some fans or some analysts had Kelvin Banks, but for a very long time, he was looked at as a top 10 pick, had a slide in draft stock, and didn't end up becoming a top 10 pick in a lot of mock drafts, but ultimately number 9 overall to the Saints. I don't hate it. I think he's a really good player. But hey, Bears Max thinks it's a terrible pick and is really happy that the Saints took Kelvin Banks and that the Bears won't be taking Kelvin Banks. I think he's a good player. He's got some size concerns, though. Is he a tackle? Is he a guard? We'll see. Michael's saying, I don't know if you saw, but the Giants picked up the 5th-year option on Kavon. Super happy with Carter's. I am a Penn State student. Happy for him. Michael, super happy that you're joining me. Thank you so much for the super chat. It's awesome that you're a Penn State student. Hey, if you know Abdul or you can get Abdul on the podcast, send him my way, my friend, please and thank you. But no, seriously, thank you for tuning in. I'm happy for him, and I'm happy for the Giants as well. And we did see that Kavon's 5th-year option got picked up. I did break that down a bit earlier in this live stream. I think it's the right decision. I think it was an easy decision. And I do think it means that Kavon Tibido will at least be around for the next year and maybe then some. I'm excited about it, and I really can't wait to watch both Kavon Tibido and Abdul Carter on the same defensive line. I think this is going to be really, really exciting. So, Michael, thanks so much for tuning in. Thank you for your gracious super chat. Jeffrey saying, Anthony, how long is your delay from chat? Seems like you're a full minute behind me. I get the chats live as they come in. So your comments are live. As soon as you press send, a few seconds later, it comes in for me. But YouTube has a delay. While I'm live, everything that I do takes a minute to upload. So essentially, I'm going to be a minute behind because of that. Christian is a UCF student. I have a lot of friends over at UCF and who just recently graduated from UCF. That's pretty cool. I wonder if you know any of them. Probably not, because that school is absolutely ginormous. But that's really cool. And RJ Harvey, very athletic running back, very interesting prospect. would be curious to see if the Giants do consider him. Eric Wilson said he's out for the 2026 draft. He'll be back then. Peace. All right, Eric, sorry about your Saints disappointing you. I wouldn't peace out just yet, though, because like the Giants, the Saints could absolutely be in the market for a quarterback later on in this first round. Curious to see who the Bears do select here. Bears Max is on a watch. Let's see what his reaction is live in the chat. Maybe he will crumble into pieces, or maybe he'll be really excited. We'll find out here in a couple minutes, but the Bears pick is in. Imagine the Bears are going to get booed pretty hard when they go up to make their pick because it is in Green Bay. Eric, go enjoy your Sabrina Carpenter skin and play some good Fortnite. Have fun, my friend. The Saints make a big move. I'm sure you'll hear about it. Bears Max saying, oh my God, LMAO. I don't know what's happening, but Bears are doing something. All right. I don't know the pick, but it seems like some of you in the chat do. But yeah, I appreciate Jeffrey and everybody else who's not spoiling picks in the chat. Thanks so much. That courtesy goes a long way. So thanks, everybody. Michael's saying, who gets Sanders? Who we pick as QB in round one? And everybody, we are Penn State. Thanks for the content, Michael. Thank you for tuning in and enjoying content. Super happy that you're joining me. And thank you so much for the super chat. Who gets Sanders? Could be the Giants, man. He's sliding. He's officially not a top 10 pick. Now it's just about, does he go 21 to the Steelers? And if he doesn't, does he just fall all the way into the Giants or somebody else's lap? Totally possible. At this point, I don't view him as a top 15 pick. I think he's going to keep sliding, but we shall see. We shall see. I'm very excited to find out who the Bears are picking. I can't wait to see this. Let's see the Bears pick in. Anybody want live Bears analysis from a Bears fan and former analyst? Let me know. We can get a little bit of analysis from a Bears fan in here. Bears are about to announce the pick. But Michael, thanks again so much for the super chat. I think the quarterback that we pick up is going to be Jackson Dart, but it very well could end up being Sanders because he is sliding. I just think if the Giants didn't like him at 3, would they really take him later? Who knows? We'll see. It's going to be really exciting to see. Hunter, I can turn up the TV. I'll try my best. Can you guys hear my TV now? I imagine it's pretty loud now.
The Chicago Bears selected one of Stephen Michael's teammates and closest friends, Walter Payton, running back, Jackson State.
Walter Payton. I was like, what? I got a little surprised there. I was like, I don't think Walter Payton's playing football these days. Fireplace Gaming, thank you so much for the super chat. Live debate. The Giants trade back up. What position do you think they might target? Quarterback, defensive tackle, or someone else? Fireside, thanks so much for the thanks so much for the super chat. Sorry, I got distracted in the chat while I was reading your chat. Chat's so much fun. Thanks so much, guys, for all of the interaction in the chat. But Fireplace, I think it's going to be for quarterback. If it's for a defensive tackle, I think they would stick and pick at 34. Unless there's like a major run. Let's say, oh, hold on. Here we go. The Bears. But yeah, thanks for the super chat. I think it's going to be for quarterback. Colston Loveland. What a strange selection for the Chicago Bears. Colston over Tyler Warren. You know, we heard some chatter that could happen. I didn't believe it. Bears Max, how are we feeling? How is Bears Max feeling? Everybody check on Bears Max in the chat. Bears Max, are you okay? Are you all right? Another Star Wars reference. We're going to keep hammering those home tonight. Wow. Colston Loveland. Poverty franchise Chicago Bears, arguably. Michael with another super chat here. Thanks so much. Saying this reminds me of Bo Callahan from the movie Draft Day. Bo started to slide and everyone was shocked, but the movie made Bo like an upcoming Mahomes. Yeah, it does remind me of that. I love that movie. It's a guilty pleasure movie. It's not the best movie. The plot is a mess and it's super unrealistic, but man, it's so much fun. And the memes, fantastic. So is Shador Sanders Bo Callahan? I guess arguably. Thanks again for the super chat. Bears Max has thoughts. Bears Max, why don't you jump in here and share your thoughts for a couple of minutes? I'll give you some screen time, some airtime here on the channel. You can go ahead and give me the live reaction. We'll talk a little bit. You guys want Bears Max to join in here, get on the live chat and react to this pick? We all want to check in on his mental health. I think we should give him a second to share his mental health for like 5 minutes. Let me know if you guys want Bears Max to share his mental health with you. Jeffrey's asking how you are. Are you okay? I like the Michael Jackson reference. It's fantastic.
It can really stretch the middle of the field so quickly. If you go 12 personnel, right, with 2 wide receivers, 2 tight ends, and you go sub and put a defensive back on the field.
All right. You guys probably remember Bears Max if you were here for last year's live stream. For the second half of it, he did tune in. So my boy Danny, if you like the graphics here at Fireside Giants and if you love what we post on the Instagram, the Twitter, everything, it's all this man right here. Danny, you might have missed it earlier in the live stream. I did give you a big shout out and everybody else at the Fireside Giants team. But now that I know you're in here, major shout out to you, my friend. Thank you so much for all of your hard work. This draft season has been incredible, and we couldn't do it without you. We love you, and thank you so much. Yeah, 340 plus fans in here on YouTube. Make sure you smash the like button. But also, Danny, it's 760 total. We got another 300 something over on Twitter/X.com. Just fantastic. A lot of love and support in here from the Giants fans tonight. Thank you to everybody who is tuning in. Even if you're a Bears fan tuning in, thank you for being here. And we will do a mental health check on our good friend Bears Max in just a moment here. But yeah, Danny, thanks so much for tuning in here and for all of your hard work helping this channel run as efficiently and as aesthetically beautifully as it does. Muting my TV, and we're going to get our quick mental health check on Bears Max. Bears Max is in here. And Bears Max, how are you feeling after the Chicago Bears took Colson Loveland with the number 10 overall pick?
Well, I'll tell you, it was certainly surprising. I don't think this was on many people's boards. There were some rumors flying around that the front office specifically liked him because of comps to a Mr. Sam Laporta that really seemed to unlock things for Ben Johnson's offense up in Detroit. So I guess Ben Johnson was able to convince Ryan Poles and the gang, the front office there in Chicago, to pull the trigger on a 6'5", kind of freakish athlete at the tight end position that can kind of just play wherever you put him. So, yeah, it's a little surprising. I would have much definitely preferred attention at the offensive line, but, you know, they brought in a bunch of guys this offseason to hopefully shore that up. But, hey,
yeah,
their number one objective was Genty. You can't get a weapon for Caleb that way. You get Colson Loveland, which I think Snakely is probably going to have a better career than Jalen Warren, but I have to say that now because
Tyler Warren,
my bad, not Jalen Warren. That's a different guy.
That's running back. Do you think that is Colson Loveland a good blocker? Could that potentially be some protection help as well for Caleb?
So that's a good question. The very few Michigan games that I did see this season, he definitely has more upside there than, say, a Cole Kmet, who is definitely more of that rock solid inline tight end type guy. Because that's the thing is Cole Kmet has a pretty hefty contract here, so it's not like he's gone. He's the Bears tight end who's been around the block with Trubisky and Fields and now Caleb.
Good player too. That's why I'm surprised by this pick because I think Kmet's a pretty good player.
Yeah, I mean, I think so too. But I think the big thing is Ben Johnson, I guess, likes to have 2 tight ends. But I mean, they did trade away Hawk and replaced him with Sam Laporta. So maybe this is him saying, I need the mobile, athletic tight end and not the big rock solid guy that can play in the power game. I'm a little confused. But like, there's a lot of draft analysts out there that suggested that Colson Loveland should have been ahead of Tyler Warren. Warren just had freakish combine. So
yeah. There were some analysts that had Loveland ahead. I thought that was smoke. Like, I didn't think it would actually happen. I thought Warren would still be tight end one. Michael with another super chat here. Thanks so much, Michael, saying, did you like the draft opening with the Bears still suck? So you're taking some heat here, Bears Max. But we appreciate you joining in anyway. And to everybody viewing, all the Giants fans as well, if you want to make a special guest appearance, jump up on here and discuss some New York Giants with me. Let me know in the chat and DM me over on my Twitter account, and I'll start adding in some fans for live discussions about the Giants as well. Start swapping you guys in here after Bears Max. But Max, what can you tell me about Giants Bears? I heard a lot of rumors that there were some phone calls. Did that ever come close? Did you hear anything about that? And, how aggressive were the Bears in trying to get up to number 3?
Yeah, obviously nothing is confirmed, but it sounded like things were really close. It sounded like there were a lot of conversations to make that happen. Just nobody seemed to really budge. I also was hearing conversations about the swap at 5 to 10, but the Browns decided to make the pick for Mason Graham, which I think is kind of the strangest pick for me personally. But allegedly, the conversation was really, really close. They were at the finish line. The Bears were really high on Abdul Carter. He was number 1 on their board. Definitely needed on the defense. The defensive line for Chicago is a big question mark this season. So conversations were close, but nothing was past the finish line. The Bears felt comfortable to sit at 10 and take what they think is a future weapon as Colston Loveland.
Interesting. That's some good insight. I don't know, man. If the Giants would have traded down, it would have been a much different live stream because I definitely would have been screaming and all happy. We had a lot of conversations about that leading up to the draft, and I said, if you are going to trade down, it better be a big trade down, not like a couple spots to get a Mason Graham. Like, essentially, I would not have done what the Browns just did. I think that's the wrong way to go about it. I would go down and make sure that you get some huge haul, but I guess the Browns got one anyway. But yeah, I don't know. The Bears were offering a future first. That would have been interesting. Maybe it would have compelled the Giants if they offered a little bit more, but I don't know. I wouldn't have been happy with it. Looks like the Niners pick is about to be announced. Kel Williams. Interesting.
That makes sense. I also was considering the Bears to take Michael over Colston. I just don't really did not anticipate this at all. But I feel like both franchises feel like they're in this position where they're in a little bit more of a win now versus rebuild mode. So they feel more comfortable not having to overextend their hand in order to, attract some of these players. Except the Giants obviously have that question mark at the quarterback position that they need to figure out. So that's why they're probably going to show back up on this draft board again by the end of the day.
I think so.
But Chicago feels obviously much more comfortable to just kind of sit back. If anything comes to them, they'll take that opportunity. But I would be shocked if we see them again tonight. They also have a good amount of second rounders and on a day 3 action. So
yeah, they have 2 seconds, don't they?
Yeah. They still. I think one of them is still from Carolina from the Mooney trade. Or sorry,
exciting.
Not Mooney. DJ Moore. My gosh.
DJ Moore. Yep. That's exciting. Man, we'll see how it goes. All right, we'll keep you on for at least the Dallas Cowboys pick here so we can hopefully shit on that one together. Hopefully they reach and take a terrible player. That's, of course, what we're hoping for. I think even Bears fans hope for that because why should anybody be rooting for Dallas?
Yo, I saw a picture of your boy Darth Vader in a Birds jersey.
Yes, so Abdul Carter is from the Pennsylvania area, did grow up an Eagles fan, and I mean, Max, you would be shocked how many Giants fans really wanted to avoid drafting him at number 3 for that reason. I thought that was crazy. I mean, listen, I don't care where he grew up. I don't care who he was a fan of. He's on the New York Giants now, and he's forced to be a fan of the Giants and forced to play well for us. I don't think that it's a reason to be concerned, but yeah, he did grow up a major Eagles fan, and there were some Giants fans that felt the way about that.
Yeah, I mean, hey, whoever's writing the name on the check, right? The Eagles aren't writing the name on the check. The Giants are. So
exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. Exactly. I think that was a great pick. That defensive line is scary. Especially you're trying to think about how you're going to beat the best team in that division, which are the Birds. You're going to have to beat them up front in the trenches. And the Giants are the only team that can do it now.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, That's how you win Super Bowls, man, is through the pass rush, through the trenches. Now we'll see if we get a good offensive lineman, but who knows? Who knows? Cowboys pick is in.
Let's check this one out.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Tyler Booker, guard, Alabama.
Yo, Jerry Jones, man, what's he on?
Yeah, okay.
I don't know. Is this a good pick to people? Do people think this is a good pick? This feels so early for Tyler Booker.
Yeah,
Was he really projected to go top 20? I feel like he wasn't.
No, I don't think so at all. I'm pretty sure he had like a mid-second round pick. I'm pretty sure he was like not even supposed to be first round. Like No, this is weird. I think this is like another one of those situations where teams kind of get enamored with the fact that he was at Alabama. And
yes, that happens, man. A lot of teams do that. Teams look at Alabama and Georgia and a couple other teams, and they get enamored with certain players because of the college that they played for. But because I swear I did mock drafts on this channel where we talked about Tyler Booker as an option at 34, maybe even 65 at one point in the pre-draft process. For him to be going 12 is – let's go, Dallas. Good stuff.
Yeah, good for you guys. Be really interesting to see what happens. I mean, this guy's been 3 years? Yeah. I mean, he came in really Alabama, and then I don't know. He'll probably start there. Because, I mean, Dallas did just lose Zach Martin.
Yeah, they had Zach Martin retired.
Right.
Tyron Smith retired, but he obviously was on the Jets last year. But, yeah, I mean, their offensive line has evolved a lot over the last couple of years, and not for the better. A lot of guys have left and aged out of their roles. And so, I don't know. I guess this is – didn't they draft – they drafted Zach Martin 12th overall in 2020 or 2014, didn't they? So, I don't know. I guess that's funny.
Yeah. I guess we'll – yeah, okay. Probably Josh Simmons is going to go here soon.
Yeah, you're probably right. I think that this is actually going to have a major domino effect on this draft. Seeing Booker go this early tells me that there's probably a lot of chatter around the league about these offensive linemen, and they're probably going to start flying off the board. I actually think Miami's going to take one as well here. We'll see which one, but I think all of these guards and tackles are going to start flying.
I agree. No, and then the real interesting pick that I'm looking at here is going to be 20 for Denver. If there's an area for the Giants to sneak back in, it's going to be 19-20. This is just me blowing smoke. It's going to be 19-20 or Pittsburgh, because obviously there is a conversation that Pittsburgh would pick up Shador. If they don't pull the trigger on that, there's an opportunity for the Giants to move back in. But I mean, you're thinking about Omarion Hampton in those areas as well. So if there's any team that really, really wants a running back, there's an opportunity.
Hey, for what it's worth, the Giants did host a top 30 visit with Omarion Hampton, which was very surprising, very interesting. I don't think they trade up for him, but I guess you can't rule it out. But I do think you're right. I think number 20 is a spot, obviously, if you want to get in front of the Steelers. If the Steelers pick and they don't take a quarterback, and I guess the quarterback that the Giants want is there somewhere between the 20s, I do think there's other teams. Now, if there's a lot of aggression coming up here from teams to get into the first round for a quarterback, the number one spot that I think we need to look is actually coming up, and that's Atlanta. I think Atlanta is where the trade-up zone begins. The reason being Atlanta has, I think, the third least draft capital out of any team in the NFL this season. I think the Steelers are actually like the second or fourth least. The Broncos are obviously on that list as well. That's why they're eager to trade down. So I think once we get to pick 15, we're now in trade zone, and that's going to carry through the rest of the first round. But I think realistically, the Giants are going to be willing to get to about 25-ish. I don't know if they're going to be willing to pay what it's going to cost to get in front of the Steelers, though. They might just have to roll the dice with Pittsburgh.
Yeah, Green Bay is going to be the real question mark. They have historically the worst drafting in the entire NFL. I'm not saying that as a Bears fan. I'm saying that there's literally statistical evidence that suggests that they're the worst drafting team in the NFL. So if they're the only ones to make bad decisions, also, who are they going to pick?
Yeah, I think the Packers are a trade down team, and I think the Vikings are too, keeping it inside the NFC North. The Vikings don't have any draft capital. I think they pick in the first, and then what is it, like in the fourth if they go again? So yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of movement at the end of the draft, at the end of the first round. Also, I got to get to this chat here from Hunter because this is awesome. Can you remind the chat who the last Alabama lineman to be drafted first round to an NFC team was? Well, it was none other than the great Evan Neal. So hopefully we get a similar outcome and result for the Dallas Cowboys and Tyler Booker. That would be great.
What's the guy's name? It was Underwood.
Fireplace says you're right. Fireplace is agreeing with you. The Packers suck at drafting. I agree with you too. Joseph wants to know if you think that the Bears picked the right tight end.
I don't know yet. We're gonna have to find out. I think both of them are studs. That's the good news. They're both physically very similar. Loveland's a little bit skinnier. He moves a little bit more fluid. He's a little bit of a more natural route runner. And I think that's ultimately what made Ben Johnson and the crew at Chicago more interested. Because again, a majority of the pro comps that he received was Sam Laporta. Good hands, pure catcher, pure route runner. Not necessarily the guy that's going to block 20 yards right down the line of scrimmage. Just the guy that if your quarterback's looking for an outlet, he's going to be there and he's going to catch the ball, which for a guy like Caleb Williams, who's constantly on the run, constantly scrambling around, hopefully with the new line this year, he's only doing it because he wants to. It should be the right move. So this seems like a very Ben Johnson offensive minded forward move. So I like it personally. The more I think about it, the more I like it, but we'll have to see.
I don't know. I think Tyler Warren's an athletic freak. He would have been my tight end one, but we'll see how it plays out. I mean, two very different players, and we shall see. I'm excited, though. All right. What else we got? All right, let's wait until this Dolphins pick is in. Not in a rush to kick you out. I think everybody's chilling. I think people are enjoying the Bears Max experience.
That's what we call cope. Yep, that is what we call cope. Yep, you're completely right.
Joseph says, thank you and good luck. I would have taken Tyler Warren, in my opinion. I do too. And Chris is saying that the Bears dropped the ball not picking Warren. Honestly, I don't agree or disagree. It's tough because Loveland's a good player, but it's funny, though, because Loveland just had a very late rise up the draft boards, which usually means he was higher in the NFL than he was on public boards. That's how it always is. Like, if he's rising up the boards late, it's because the NFL has been high on him the whole time. But I don't know. Very interesting. A guy who was projected second, third round like 3 weeks ago, going top 10. Very interesting.
The last time the Bears picked a tight end in the top 10 was a guy with the name of Mike Ditka. So just saying, history tends to repeat itself.
All right.
Bold statement right here.
I think you got to relax on that one. I like Tyler Warren because he says that he wants to play like Jeremy Shockey, and I like the way that he does play like Jeremy Shockey. So I'm partial to Tyler Warren.
I just think you want the speed. You want the speed guy to complement Cole Kmet, who's a fast guy to begin with for how big of a dude he is. I don't know. I just think it makes more sense to have Loveland and Kmet as compared to Kmet and Warren.
Yeah, I unfortunately have to agree here with Christian. I think it is a lot of copium going on.
It's my entire life, but it's okay. You're a Giants fan. You're
all I have is copium. No, I have 2 Super Bowls that I watch my team win.
That's true. I have 0, but I did have the greatest halftime show of all time, Prince in the Rain in Miami. So I'm gonna take that and stash them in the bank. So you can have your 2 rings. I'll get my Prince in the Rain.
Fair enough.
Oh, interesting.
Kenneth Grant.
Interesting pick.
That is an interesting pick. Michigan's flying off the board. Shout out Michigan.
Yeah, something must have. Crazy. You can have a terrible year, but
yeah, but a lot of these guys, they were on last year's team too that won the championship. So
yeah,
this is early though for Grant. He was projected to go in the 20s, not the teens. Interesting. I would have thought the Dolphins would go offensive line.
There's a weird connection here. The Bears tight end coach is Jim Dre, who played for Jim Harbaugh in college.
Oh, interesting.
So there might have been a weird connection there.
Yeah, Michigan, of course. Shout out to Harbaugh, man. Inspirational.
Yeah, I think the Chargers have an interesting pick this year as well.
I think that's where Omarion Hampton lands if it's not to Denver. If Denver somehow passes on him, I think Hampton's a Charger, and I hope so because I think that would be a lot of fun to watch him and Justin Herbert.
Yeah, that would be a lot of fun, especially if you have questions at health at the running back. Plus you have, the best running back scheme in the entire NFL. So should be a lot of fun there.
So to update everybody on a couple rumors that we have seen about the New York Giants, just because I saw this one float around there earlier today, and Ryan Dunleavy of the New York Post kind of gave some credence to it. It was, of course, we all know the infamous Slick Rick on social media. He's the People's Insider. He was saying that the Giants and the Commanders were having some discussions about a potential in-division trade for the Giants to move up into the back end of the first round, which obviously sounds shocking, but ultimately, I think it could happen. And Ryan Dunleavy kind of indicated that those reports might be true, that they might have been having some conversations. So now that we're here, pick 14 is in. We're going to get to 15 with the Falcons. I think from 15 on is when we're officially in the trade zone for any of these teams looking for quarterbacks. So I thought it was worth bringing that up, that the Commanders at 29 might be a spot for the Giants to get into.
Slick Rick does it again. He doesn't miss. There we go. Good pick from Indy.
Oh, it already came up. I saw it on my phone. Yeah, that's a good pick. Let me see where my draft predictions are so far. I tweeted out some draft predictions today. Let's see what we're looking at. I had Bears trading up into the top 5 for Ashton Genty.
Yeah, me too.
I had Colts landing Tyler Warren.
There you go. Nice.
Ding. I didn't tweet anything for the Dolphins. I had Cowboys taking a wide receiver. I might have bought into the I had Mason Graham won't go top 5. I had Walter Nolan would go top 15.
Wow.
Yeah, inspirational on the best.
I was reading that the Colts were so high on Tyler Warren that they tried to move up because they were nervous that somebody was going to grab him. So patience. Sounds like the agents really won this draft because of the amount of smoke that they were able to throw out there and make everybody think that there were going to be a million different trades and everybody's trying to get their guy. Patience apparently is what won today. Except if you're the Jacksonville Jaguars, you traded away 2 players for 1. But I guess Travis Hunter plays offense and defense, so he's 2 players in 1 anyways.
Yeah, man, I don't know. If I'm the Jaguars, like if I'm a Jags fan, I'm super happy about it and I think it's exciting. But if I'm a Browns fan, I'm like fucking devastated.
Yeah. I am confused, hurt. Probably not hurt though, because I can't imagine being hurt as a Browns fan. Because you're just so numb to it. Like, I don't know, your entire life, your dad's entire life, your lineage's entire life has been hurt by this franchise. It's crazy you can still like wake up every morning and be like, I'm a Browns fan. So shout out to Browns fans because it's unbelievable what they have to put up with.
Yeah.
Falcons will be, yeah, you're right. Now things are going to get really interesting because Tyler Booker goes and then Dolphins decide to go defensive tackle, which is kind of weird to me. Colts obviously get their guy. It's a great pick for Anthony Richardson.
Yeah, definitely.
Especially because now Colts have a good group of weapons for him, which is exciting. Now they just need to, hopefully he pans out. I'll give him 1 more year of development and then we'll see.
Yeah, Falcons are on the clock, have not traded the pick. We'll keep an eye on that, but I want to bring up this tweet. I'm going to share the screen for this one. This is worth noting. Let me see, Connor Hughes.
Hey, the Browns have a logo. It's just the helmet. But they're trying to bring back the little elf guy. They made him like
the elf is like, bring back the dog, Bring back the dog if you're going to bring one back. Not the freaking elf, man.
We want the brownie elf.
Hell no.
That's our big intimidating team. You can either have the scary bulldog or the elf.
This is a tweet from now I'm like under the logo. Let me punch down here. This is a tweet from Connor Hughes of SNY. Keep an eye on the Seahawks at number 18 as a potential spot for the Giants to trade up to get their quarterback. The Commanders 29, the Chargers 22 are other interesting spots. That's very interesting. But that might be too late with the Steelers picking 21. I think the Falcons are still an option, but it looks like they're about to make their pick, so probably not. The Browns are also looking to move up for a quarterback. They have more ammunition than the Giants, but Connor Hughes heard this week that they're just as interested in Jackson Dart. We shall see. That we shall really freaking soon. So I'm curious. what happens. But 18 for what it's worth. Daniel Jeremiah released his final mock draft last night, and he did have the New York Giants trading up to pick number 18 with the Seattle Seahawks to take Jackson Dart. So, like I said, we're officially in that trade up range, and things are going to get interesting. After Atlanta makes this pick, Max, I'm going to let you solo it for 2 minutes while I go to the bathroom because it's been 2 hours I've been sitting here. And then when I come back, I'll have to go back to
take a break, brother. Happy to make this guest host appearance. I want to comment super quickly on that because I think Seattle makes the most sense because really, realistically, what they need is depth at the wide receiver position. You bring in Cooper Kupp. How many years does he have left? You bring in Marquise Valdez-Scantling, who was a journeyman backup quarterback, wide receiver story, that 1 year maybe at least. You really need wide receiver depth. There's really no like first round wide receivers left. There's a ton of depth second day at wide receiver. There's some really good like diamonds in the rough here that you're going to be able to pick out day 2. So if I'm Seattle, I'm going to trade back here. I'm going to stash some second day picks from New York. Maybe, I can trade back even more. But I mean, there's a lot of names day 2 that I think that they should definitely look at. So it makes a lot of sense for them. You don't want to reach here. If you can take the picks, just take the picks.
The only thing that surprises me, though, with Seattle is if they trade down, they do have a lot of draft capital this year. They actually rank 7th, right behind the Giants, who are 6th in total draft capital. So I would be surprised to see them trade down, but because they have pick 50 and 52. So I don't know. I guess if they want to make 3 second-round picks, I guess they can. Maybe they trade back up into the final pick of the first round. Who knows? But I guess, Seahawks are interesting, especially if you're on to something here with them potentially going after a wide receiver. It's a very weird receiver class this year. I think that NFL fans in general have been spoiled by the amount of talent coming out of the draft the last few years at the position.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's the only 2 names that I legitimately believe in at the wide receiver class. Both happen to go to Iowa State. There's Jalen Noel and then Higgins. I forget what his last name is.
Oh, Higgins is nice. Yeah.
But those 2 are very nice.
He's nice. Yeah, Jaden Higgins is nice.
So we'll have to see. But, I don't know. There's just not a lot of depth this year, which is unfortunate. But that's kind of what makes things interesting because teams are going to have to, like, make up their strategies kind of on the fly.
Yeah, we are inside 2 minutes until the Falcons have to hand in their pick, and they have not handed their pick in.
Interesting.
Don't think they're going to miss their pick, but do think that them waiting this long is very interesting. Could there be a trade in the works? Might I have called this one out early? We shall see.
Yeah, Sean Nevins in the chat says he feels like there's a bidding war going on and he might be onto something.
We'll see.
The question is for what and by who? We'll have to find.
I feel like all these teams here picking 15 to 20, their phones got to be blowing up right now with calls about Jackson Dart and Shador, right? Shador's still on the board, so
there's so many question marks. I would rather still take Jackson here.
You prefer Jackson to Shador?
I said it last year, and I'll say it again. I have nothing against Shador. I think he's going to be an absolute star. I just think he needs to be in the right program. I think Jackson has a lot of potential, and I think teams are more comfortable taking that guy that could probably be a little bit easier to manipulate and like mold into that front office. So
I think that's a fair take. That's one that I've said for Jackson Dart. Some fans have pointed to his weaknesses and said, well, he ran a 1-read, 2-read offense at Ole Miss. Like he only played with half the field, that kind of thing. And I'm like, well, that means that he hasn't had a pro style offense ingrained in him from a collegiate coach. So he's got like a lot of room to grow, which is actually a good thing. I think a lot of times some players come into the NFL. I think Bo Nix is an example. It allowed him to have a really good rookie season. But how much room for growth does he have left is my question with Bo Nix. I think with Jackson Dart, there's so much room for growth because he hasn't learned an NFL offense yet. And if he does, and he's already this good running this simplified offense that Lane Kiffin and Ole Miss ran, how good can he be with some NFL coaching? So I think he's a real moldable ball of clay is essentially what I'm getting at. And if he is the pick for the Giants in the back end of the first, I'll be excited about it.
Yeah, I felt the same way about JJ last year. And I think that anytime someone brings up, he's just a 1-read quarterback, 99% of college quarterbacks these days are one read
Right.
guy. So you're not going to find that Bo Nix type guy. Every once in a while he pops up, but it's very rare. And even then, like it's like hit or miss. So
I like a rookie quarterback coming in with a certain level of inexperience. Yeah, pick is in for the Falcons, so no trade. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. Max, you're gonna have to solo this one for a second. Appreciate you doing so.
I guess they decided to just take their time. Very interesting. Let's go ahead and look to the chat here while Anthony is on his bathroom break. Let's see. Guess the offers weren't good enough. Yeah, very interesting that they took their time, and they'll land with Jalen Walker. Interesting pick. Jalen Walker fell pretty hard. This was a conversation that this was somebody that was going to go pretty high, and then his draft stock just kept kind of sliding. Athletically, man, he's up there. He had a great combine, but unfortunately, there's some question marks there. But Atlanta taking their sweet time to land on Jalen Walker to bolster that defense. What do you guys think? Interesting pick. Arizona Cardinals are on the clock. We'll have to see. This is an area where I think offensive line makes sense, or potentially moving down. You can say that for the Cardinals, probably not the Bengals. You can say that for the Seattle. You can say that for the Bucks. Yeah, like Tony said, this is when things are going to start getting interesting. Mel Kiper has been around for a long time. Your Falcons friend wanted him bad. Yeah, I think obviously having Rush is a good thing. I have to check up on my Falcons friend, but staying local is also a great thing. Teams love to bring their guys in. Georgia's stud defense. Obviously his teammate Michael Williams went in the 11th to the San Francisco 49ers. Folks had him a little bit more of a pure pass rusher. Jalen has a little bit, honestly, I think he has a little bit more upside, but a little bit more of a developmental prospect than Michael is off the block. We love guys who come in, pure athletes, just need a little bit more refinement, right? But we love those type of guys because if they hit, and it's great, and they have so much upside, and they don't, that's the thing. You never know. You're not a genius until you're a genius.
All right, return of the prodigal son. Everybody, how did Bears Max do holding down the chat? Sounded like you did a good job. I could hear it from the bathroom. But hey, the viewership went up since I left, so good job, Max. There we go. Got more viewers in here. Maybe we got to make you a regular fixture here on Fireside Giants. You're a regular draft fixture, that's for sure. You've been in the last two live streams, so.
I love talking about the draft. This year, I did not do as much homework, I must admit, as I did last year. That was only because the Bears didn't have the first overall pick.
Yeah. Hey, you're getting some W's in the chat. So shout out Michael, shout out Fireplace, shout out Sean. There we go.
Thank you guys. I feel much love from the Giants fans. Yeah. I will say as a kid, I think it was, I don't remember what the Super Bowl number was. It was the first time Eli won. I had a Giants jersey. I forget exactly who it was. So it was an Eli Manning jersey. I used to wear it all the time. I was low-key a Giants fan, even though I never went to New York. It was like Bears 1, Giants 2, and then San Diego Chargers were number 3. They were my AFC team, is what I like to say. Unfortunately, now they're the Los Angeles Chargers, but they'll always be the San Diego Chargers in my heart. Appreciate the love, guys.
Shout out, Max. Appreciate you joining me. Before we let you go, cut you loose to enjoy your night as a Colston Loveland enjoyer, I'm going to try and pull up. Alex did text me earlier tonight, so let me see if I can get his take on here. He wasn't able to join. Ooh, Danny hit you with the W. That's a big W. If Danny hits you with a W, that means a lot. So shout out to Danny. Danny is a walking W himself.
For real. Shout outs to Danny. Guy works incredibly hard, makes some great content.
Absolutely. Let me see. Where was Alex's take? B Coop says this isn't Alex. Yeah, no, it's not. Unfortunately, Alex is over in another time zone, and he is sound asleep, I believe. So, shout out to Alex. We will, of course, have him on the channel tomorrow for some reactions and discussions.
The big boss.
The big boss. Oh,
There's
Mad Max is a good nickname. W Mad Max. I like that.
Mad Max. Yeah, they didn't call me that in football.
Did they really?
No, they didn't. I'm saying they didn't call me
Oh.
that. Well, I wanted them to, but they didn't call me that.
Oh, well, you can't give yourself a nickname, right?
Right, obviously. But I was like, if I could, like, I don't know why you guys don't call me that.
All right, so here was Alex's take that he dropped on Twitter. The Giants finally have an identity. Been too long with no elite units. Carter plus their other big moves on defense has provided them with special upside on at least one side of the football. Absolutely. I agree. I think the Giants defense has elite potential. I just pray to God that they finally live up to their potential for once. We'll see.
Yeah, Giants defense, like I said earlier, is scary. You build to beat the best team in your division, and the guys that just won the Super Bowl happen to be in your division. Then they won the Super Bowl because of their line. So you go after it, you attack them in the trenches, defensive line, you go heavy, make their lives a nightmare. That's how you win football games. I'm actually really interested in how much of this draft is so far trench heavy. That happens to be, you were so close. Walter Nolan, 16, not top 15. That's another stinker. But it's very clear that the trend in the NFL is now starting to swing back towards building around the trenches. It's almost like we're trying to reinvent the wheel and realize, hey, maybe the wheel is fine the way it was. That's my hot take. But yeah, I mean, again, Walter Nolan off the board. That's another defensive lineman. And the Bengals, let's pray they go offensive. Josh Simmons is still on the board unless he's going to fall even farther. Would be an interesting situation for Cincy.
We got to be on Shador watch coming around these picks too with these trade ups that could happen. I'm so curious.
Shador watch. Everybody has to do the Shador watch.
Perfect timing. Yeah, another defensive tackle gone. Good call out for Carl, especially with Chaz in here asking what defensive tackle do I want us to get. I know a lot of Giants fans wanted Nolan. I tried to warn you guys he was not going to fall that far, but I will say I really do like Tyreek Williams. But if the Giants are trading into round one, I don't think he's going to be an option because I think he's going to be a second-round guy.
I just keep thinking about the Seahawks here.
Yeah, things are getting interesting.
So it's such an interesting situation. They can really do whatever they want. But yeah, dude. I mean, I don't know. They do have the guy, Jake Bobo. They have the stud, Jake Bobo. 3-year vet out of Duke. Maybe he takes this next step. Maybe he's the new Cooper Kupp.
You know, I do think that the Bengals have to go defense just because they did nothing to improve their terrible defense, right? Like it has to be.
Bengals have so many holes they need to figure out, but I still think you have to put guys around the only star on your team. Like I don't understand how they keep throwing Joe Burrow out there with wide receivers to throw to 100%, but just keep letting him just get obliterated every play.
Yeah.
It's
I like
disgusting.
Josh Simmons here. You mentioned him a couple times. I could see Josh Simmons being the pick.
I'm not a huge Josh Simmons guy, but he's one of the only tackles here that makes sense for them. I would be kind of upset if they did go defense, to be completely honest with you.
Yeah, the tackle class is thin right now because there were some big picks coming out. I like Josh Williams. I do really like Donovan Jackson as a prospect, but he's more of a guard. But he has some tackle experience too. Maybe that would be good for the Bengals, though. I don't know.
I get the defensive need. They have a stinker defense. They still don't have Trey Hendrickson back 100%, and he's old, so you have to start thinking about replacements there. But I mean, I don't know. It's just there's depth in this draft for where their needs are outside of tackle. So if that's an issue you didn't address in the free agency, you won't be able to address in the trade market. You're going to have to figure it out now. Like, take a shot. If it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out, but at least you tried, right? Like,
yeah, I think it goes one of two ways. It's either offensive line or it's any defensive piece, basically. If they're going offense, it's got to be a lineman, though.
100%. 100%.
But I could see them going with a pass rusher. I think it's too early for a safety, but they could certainly use some help over there.
Yeah, Malachi Starks still on the board. You still have some great corners that are available.
Yeah, a corner hasn't been selected yet, right?
No, I don't believe so.
So you still got Will Johnson and Jahdae Barron on the board. And Jahdae Barron, for what it's worth, had a lot of buzz that he could go 7 to the Jets. So he's a player that a lot of teams did view as a top 10 pick, and now he's still on the board. Maybe he'll be the selection with one of these picks coming up here, some secondary needy teams.
Yeah, Mike Green's still available. Shamar Stewart.
Some major off the field questions with Mike Green. I'll just leave it at that. So if the Giants drafted a guy like Mike Green, I would not be happy. But
Shamar Stewart's still available. I know there's some questions there.
Do you like Shamar Stewart? Because Shamar Stewart, to me, I get that you want to get tools and traits, but the complete and utter lack of production.
Yeah.
I mean, like I get some guys don't have a ton of production coming out and they ramp that up. He doesn't have like any production. So
yeah, no, that was a huge question mark. There were a lot of folks that thought the Bears would take a swing at him just because they like available. But no, I think they really looked at that production and said, no, we're going to pass. We're going to take Colson Loveland instead, who has a rather questionable result on the field, but that's just because of the situation last year. The offense at Michigan. But another guy that I think here could make sense is Maxwell Harrison, who I'm actually pretty high on. I had the benefit of watching him weirdly a good amount. I think he's a great corner. I think he's a little bit lower on some boards, but he'll probably go early day 2. If not, he'll go day 1 because, I don't know, teams need corners.
Yeah. I think if I'm going to predict the pick before this comes in, I don't know if it's been leaked online yet or not, but I'm gonna bet that it's going to be Will Johnson because I think that we have seen a run on like these Michigan types of players. So I'm seeing that. But Michael Grinaldi here with a super chat. Thank you so much, Michael. Saying Kavon tweeted, hyped. Yeah, I'm hyped too. I saw the tweet, and I think he's excited to play with Carter, and I am super excited to see these two guys run after the quarterbacks together. I think it's going to be a great duo. Super excited.
Stuff to run, man. Stuff to run as well.
All right, so Seattle is technically on the clock. A trade could happen.
This is what I'm really waiting for. This is the fun one. Yeah. Closing in on that Steelers pick too.
This is where I'm seeing my Apple Watch heart rate is going up a little bit. You know?
Yeah, you're on your Shador watch.
My Shador watch is starting to buzz. It's saying, I'm seeing Shador is rapping in his home green room right now. He's singing along to some lyrics. Yeah. He looks like he's chill. He's not bothered by the fact that he's sliding in the draft. That's good.
Bro, he's not bothered at all. He's already rich as heck, man.
Did you see the chain? That thing was massive.
He doesn't need anything, bro. He doesn't need this.
Yeah, I'll say this though.
YouTube forever.
What I'll say about Shador, this is not even related to him as a football player, but his aura is great, and I would like to see a quarterback that has some swagger on the New York Giants because the brick wall that we have for the last 6 years really frustrated me. So I need a little bit of personality.
Cincinnati, what are you doing? Oh my God.
I haven't seen it yet. I can't wait to see this now.
Oh my God.
Oh man.
Wow.
I can't. Elevating the volume, so if you guys are watching along and trying to hear the picks on here. I like this reaction. Let me see what it was.
I am a little stunned here.
Forgot we need a whole freaking band performance before they pick.
First round, you know.
The Cincinnati Bengals select Shamar Stewart.
Dude. Crazy pick. Probably the worst decision you can make here.
I do not understand the hype with Shamar Stewart. He's an athlete. This is like, it's not number 1 overall, so it's not as egregious, but it's like Trayvon Walker. Everybody fell in love with him because of his athleticism. Sure. And what has that done for the Jaguars? Athleticism is not everything. Playing football and being technically sound is important too. Yeah, Rashawn Gary is the comp that they come up with every year for defensive ends that have no production because he's the only one that had no production and actually hit at the next level. So it's always Rashawn Gary. Nobody's been Rashawn Gary except for Rashawn Gary. So
yeah, but even then, he's not like a game breaker. I mean,
he's a good player. Yeah, but
he's a great player. He's going to be on your team for a long time, but he's not top 20 pick. Like, he's not going to be the franchise cornerstone for your defensive line, which is what you're hoping to do here. Because now, do you keep Trey Hendrickson if you're the Bengals, or do you ship him off because you don't need to pay that guy? You brought in, this guy. I don't know. It's just, this just raises more questions than answers. And once again, you're not supporting Joey B. You're not helping out your guy that's getting obliterated day in and day out. So,
yeah, I don't think this is a guy who makes an impact in year one, therefore doesn't help them maximize their Super Bowl window. So I do agree with you. I don't think you're supporting Joe Burrow this pick. I don't know. I mean,
I'm willing.
He's athletic, but
the Super Bowl window is closed. Bye Cincinnati. I'm willing to put that out there right now. It was a
hot take. It's a hot take,
but it's all over for you guys. Deepest apologies. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I'm feeling pretty confident.
It's a hot take. I don't think so, because I don't think you can ever count out a quarterback like that. But I do think that their roster has had a little bit of struggle getting managed properly. Yo, did Shamar Stewart have like a big NIL deal? Because my God, what a glorious chain he has on. That is some freaking ice right there.
Dude, that's what 4.5 sacks in 3 years does for you, dude.
Evidently. I didn't know that.
You get
11 tackles for loss in his career.
Dude, he's a stud. He's up next. He's the GOAT. He's to be fair, according to the boards, he was BPA at the edge, but like, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, and I get that. I just
I feel like they just threw their hands up in the air in the war room and were like, whatever. We'll just take him.
I get that he's got his fans. I'm just not one of them personally, so we'll see. We are definitely in trade up territory right now. Like, this is where I think it's going to start to happen. Sean's saying everyone liked the stream. Yes, guys, appreciate it so much if you do. Thank you to everybody who is in here. We've got 500 of you on X and 319 on YouTube. Thanks to everybody tuning in. But
shout outs.
We're officially in that trade zone. Let's see what happens.
Report from Ian Rappaport says that both the Seahawks and the Buccaneers are interested in moving back.
Yeah, he wouldn't be tweeting that unless both of those teams were having conversations right now about potentially moving back. Rappaport is really good at that. So something could be happening.
Who do we think is on the phone with Seattle right now?
I think that they're probably trying to have two conversations with two teams, and that would be the Browns and the Giants, probably bidding against one another. Question is who for? Is it for Shedeur or is it for Dart? I think at this point it's probably Jackson Dart.
Mr. Dart. If Dart goes here, that changes a lot for the second half of this, because, man, there's still a lot of talent on the board for some of these teams. Like, if I'm Denver, I probably don't move at all now.
Yeah. I think there's going to be a trade in one of these three picks. Seattle, Tampa Bay, or Denver. One of these teams has to be moving down. So, I don't know. I closed the chat. I turned the Twitter notifs off. I'm going to have my live genuine reactions here.
Man, who's gonna take the leap? Who's gonna grow some balls and take Gray Zabel, the stud from North Dakota State?
You know what? I did a mock draft this morning. I had the Seahawks taking Greg or Gray? Gray Zabel. I had them taking him in one of my mocks. I think this is a good landing spot. And Seattle's pick is in. So Daniel Jeremiah's prediction, not right here. New York Giants not getting to Seattle, but we'll see.
Boom.
It was Ryan Dunleavy, I think, also suggested. No, Connor Hughes suggested the Chargers as well. So it's really any of these picks coming up. And then again, Washington, maybe it was a lot of smoke. Maybe Sanders, maybe Dart are not going top 20. Who knows? Maybe it really is later in the first. I'm curious.
I peeked into the void on that one. I saw it with my third eye.
Oh, yeah. Someone pulled up the little X.com machine. Oh, Gray Zabel. Good call. Good call right there. Boom.
Crazy.
This is why we bring Bears Max on for the NFL draft live streams.
He should have gone to Cincy. I swear Seattle was probably going to trade back, and then they saw Cincy take Shamar and went, wait a second, we can get our guy here, a tackle, and what a guy. This is a cornerstone. This guy's going to be in the league for a long time. He's just a freak athlete for his size, insanely good arms. Just, oh man, I can't type. Plus he's got the stash. He's just a football guy. North Dakota. Let's ride. Gray Zabel.
Yeah, Gray Zabel. I will give a shout out to Adriana, who I do the Giants Collective with every Wednesday and Friday, also along with Bad Dog and the Entertainer for all you Giants fans familiar. Adriana called out Gray Zabel when she was at Senior Bowl week and said that he looked phenomenal there and to keep an eye on him. Said that he probably boosted his stock into becoming a first-round pick that week. She was absolutely right. Top 20 pick. So shout out to Adriana.
Top 20 pick, Seattle Seahawks.
Could we see the Bucks move down here? I'm curious. So
would make sense.
You can't look into the void for these ones, though, my friend. This we're gonna have to live react if the trade comes in.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna be able to guess this one. This is tough though, because really, what you're looking for is what positions aren't good compared to what the needs are for these teams, and
they need a corner, and a corner has not been taken. So I'm inclined to believe that they're going to stick and pick and take a corner.
Yeah,
I know
our good
friend Ethan said that there was some buzz among Bucks fans that they would go with Will Johnson. So
that would make a lot of sense, and I think that's a good value here. But I mean, who else needs a corner here? Houston, Minnesota.
Yeah. Well, Houston's probably looking for offensive line help. They might be something out of luck because the line has really thinned out. But I think they like Josh Simmons. They might still be able to get him. But I did read this morning that Houston was making calls, have been aggressive. So even if it's not to the Giants or the Browns, Denver and some of these other teams could still be Bucks, I guess, could still be trade down candidates with other squads as well.
And the Buccaneers are picking. That's
all right. All right.
I'm looking at the website. I'm just on NFLDraft.com. So
my man is spoiling everything. I'm just kidding. That wasn't a spoiler.
No tweets or anything. No, sorry, X.com. No X's.
No X's. Is that what they're called? They're called X's. I think they're called posts, but that's so boring. They're tweets, man. They're tweets.
Yeah, it'll always be Twitter. It'll always be the Sears Tower. Some things change.
Yeah, that's good.
That means Denver's on the clock. Another question mark. Kind of stunned that these trades haven't been pulling off. We got a little bit of a teaser there at number 2, and then it's just been silence. So
yeah, it's been nothing. But they did say it would be the back end of this draft that would have all the sparks fly.
That is true. That is true. I don't know. I do like Buffalo here too. If I'm the Giants, I think 29-30. That's here.
All right, pick is in for the Bucks on my screen as well. Yeah, it really just depends how far these guys fall. I do think though, if the Giants want Shador, I think they're going to get in here to 20 with Denver. I think he's going 21. I know that the Steelers. I know the Steelers obviously have conversations with Rodgers. I think that even if you do sign Rodgers, you can totally hold on to Shador as well.
For sure.
Put him behind Rodgers would be a great proposition for him. But
sure.
I don't know. This is it. Like, this is kind of
make or break.
Trade could happen, or I don't know. It depends, though, because if it's for Dart, I guess the Chargers, the Packers, the Vikings are a major team that wants to trade down. There's a lot of options. You know what I read as well?
What's that?
On the Steelers, I read that they actually have had some talks about trading down. I know a lot of fans are saying, oh, Steelers, Shador makes sense, and it does, but they have a very minimal amount of draft capital. If they trade down and Shador doesn't go 21, then where the hell does he go?
I think this is a crazy take. But in the first round, I think there's a franchise that needs a young quarterback because their quarterback is aging. They happen to draft at 26. It's a big-time flashy city with a big-time offensive brain. I think if Shador slides, I think the Rams at 26 could be potential pickup. I think if you're looking at BPA, there's a lot of positional needs in Los Angeles for sure, but Stafford's not getting any younger, and you don't have a ton of draft capital. So do you take the swing and say, okay, this guy is a bit of a proven commodity. He's been playing for a while. We know who he is. Or is he just not ready for that scheme?
Yeah.
I think that's an interesting thing to look at.
I do too. I think that's a good call out. I think what it really boils down to now with Shador as we're in these picks, do these teams like Shador as a person? Because I think we know he's a good player, but we've obviously seen a lot of these anonymous quotes and stuff, and he's sliding. So maybe there's some credence to the way that some teams feel about him. But yeah, I do think the Rams are an interesting one, especially considering the fact that they did agree to terms with the New York Giants on Matt Stafford. Stafford is the one that pulled out, but the Rams did agree to terms on a trade with the New York Giants. Rich Eisen reported that not only did the Giants get the box checked for Stafford's contract, but they also checked the box for trade compensation. So there was some sort of a deal in place. So I think you're right. If he doesn't go 21, I could totally see Shador landing with Sean McVay, which would definitely be an exciting pairing right there.
That's stunning. Yeah, because then it's very obvious Los Angeles is looking to move on, or at least is looking for the future of the quarterback. And if it's not Shador, the only other guy that makes sense in that system would be Milroe to me. So, and he can keep going.
We got a good question here from Aziki saying Giants YouTube already has a Shane Dable draft presser up. Does that mean they're done? Yeah, they did their presser. They always do their presser after their first pick, and then they head right back into the war room. So they're still in there. They stay in there through the first round. Even if they're not going to make a trade, they stay in there anyway. But no, it doesn't mean they're done. They do quick interviews, and then they just head right back to work. So they absolutely could still make a move.
Denver's taking their time, so things are starting to move.
Interesting. Emeka Egbuka to the Bucks is super interesting. That's very, very interesting.
For those who are unaware, I have been saying for multiple years that I am not a fan of Emeka Egbuka.
Yeah, it's funny. And then Alex, who you're filling in for, is a huge fan of Emeka Egbuka. So
that's okay. That's all right. I
thought he was going to go to Dallas, man.
Yeah, I think the Buccaneers can take a shot on this one, and they can afford to miss. Chris Godwin obviously had that ACL tear, which was awful, but hopefully he'll be back up to speed. They also have what's his name out of Washington last year, McMillan.
Yeah, he's good. He had some good plays for them too.
Yeah, especially
they're a BPA team though.
He started to break out at the end of last year, so you have some core there. The only issue is Chris Godwin starting to get a little bit older, and obviously Mike Evans is probably a few years left in the league.
Yeah.
So this makes sense. If it works out, it works out. If it doesn't.
Yeah, I don't hate this pick. I think it is a long-term approach. I'll say quick shout out here to Edward Scissorhands for the super chat. Thank you so much, Edward, saying Rams would be the perfect team for Dart. I don't disagree with that. I think, especially because he plays in that kind of, obviously we've said quick read, one read kind of offense, sure, but also play action heavy offense. I think it was like 45% of his passes last year, Max, were off of the play action, which is a concern for some evaluators, sure, and rightfully so. But nobody runs more play action than teams like a McVay offense, whether you're talking the Rams themselves or any of his offspring on his coaching trees. I do think that Dart would be a great fit for the Rams. So maybe the Rams are the team that the Giants need to get in front of here. Perhaps they do end up making the trade to maybe the Chargers, Packers, or Vikings. We'll see. Could be interesting. Uh-oh. Did we get a Bears Max freeze? Bears Max frozen. That's unfortunate. Bears Max will get back in here when he's unfrozen. Poor Anthony has had all of his co-hosts freeze on him over the last 3 days. Just can't get anybody to stop freezing on me. How'd you guys like C-3PO in the draft special? Alex's Wi-Fi was bugging today. There's Max. Oops. That's all right, Bears Max. You're always welcome to join back whenever you feel you're ready and your Wi-Fi is willing and able. All right, so we have 3 minutes left here on the Denver Broncos clock. I'm so curious to see if they stick and pick or if a trade happens in these next 3 minutes, which I don't think is going to happen. Make sure you guys are not spoiling picks in the chat, though. Be kind and courteous to everybody who wants to watch live and blind on their TV channel. Do not be spoiling the picks. Hunter says, peace out, Bears Max. Yes, peace out, and Bears Max, if you are tuned in and watching, thank you so much for joining me. Very helpful. It comes a lot when you're sitting here talking for 2.5 hours all by your lonesome, but having some great guest co-hosts take the weight off my shoulders is awesome. And hey, I can just thank him right now because Bears Max is popping back in here in a moment. So, oh, Bears Max still not ready. See you, Bears Max. You might see Bears Max again. You might not. We'll find out momentarily. But big thanks anyway. Drew said the funny robot sounds today were awesome. Appreciate it. I meant to edit out Alex's robot moments, and then I forgot. So it's unfortunate. Bears Max is not gone. Bears Max will return. It's like the end of the Marvel movies. Thanos will return. Bears Max will return. I'll get in here at some point. Once he gets his Wi-Fi situation figured out, we'll get him back in here. No trade in front of the Steelers. The Broncos are staying put. Is that what I'm reading? No pick here for the Giants, I guess. We'll keep waiting. Bears Max trying his best to get back in here. We'll get him in here soon. Michael, good question. Alex and I do not have a blooper video. Would be kind of funny if we put one together. But I think a lot of what we do is blooper reel worthy anyway, because especially when we sit here on these live streams and argue with each other and with people in the chat, the differences between chicken schnitzel and chicken cutlets, those are bloopers in their own right. But yeah, lots of fun. No official blooper video, but we like to have fun on the channel. All right, so I don't know for sure because I'm going based on the TV, not checking Twitter, but sounds like the Broncos are going to stick and pick. And 21, I'm going to predict that Sanders is going to be a Steeler, but we'll see. This is very, very interesting. Very curious to see what does happen here. He has returned. There's Max.
I'm back. Sorry about that. Not sure what happened.
Lou Boogie says Bears Max has to return in order for a trade to happen. So now that Bears Max is back, maybe we could see a trade.
I was on the phone with the Denver Broncos. Sean Payton and I had a quick conversation, so sorry about that. I had to get the scoop.
I see. And what's the scoop?
They don't know.
Oh, all right. That was helpful. Big scoop.
They think they're going to pick is what they told me.
Yeah. Well, pick is in, so they're making their pick.
There you go. Yeah. See, now you can say my sources are legit. Please follow my anonymous source account. I am an insider. And whenever I get something wrong, I'm just going to tell you the team wasn't able to get the deal done. My information wasn't wrong. So.
Yeah. All right. Well, what are we thinking here? Is it going to be Shador at 21 to the Steelers? I think it is.
I'm going to go with a wild guess just for the entertainment value and say no. I'm going to say it's not Shador Sanders. I'm going to say it is Omarion Hampton.
That's a good guess. I hope he makes it 2 more spots to the Chargers, but we shall see. I think you're probably right. It's probably going to be Hampton, but we'll see. Also, I want to bring up this tweet from our People's Insider, Slick Rick. He said that the Saints, NFL Network coverage said the Saints liked Tyler Shuck at number 9 overall and might trade back into the first round for Shuck. That's unbelievable.
There's no way.
Right. Yeah, Tyler Shuck. I don't get the hype with this guy at all. I really just don't.
Okay, so this is weird. I think I texted you at the beginning of the season, like, these are my quarterbacks to watch. It was like Jackson Dart. Obviously, Cam Ward was my number 1 since I watched him a year ago.
Yep.
But Tyler Shuck was up there, and I could. Oh, well, there you go. First cornerback off the board. Interesting. But I can't say I watched any Tyler Shuck. So
please join me in cheering on Sam as his wish comes true.
Who's the cornerback? My TV didn't say it yet.
I'm not even looking at it. I'm looking at the NFL website. It's so fast.
Oh. All right. Well, if at any point the Giants make a pick, you got to just poker face it for me.
All right, I will.
All right. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Oh, there we go. That's a good pick. I like that. They have Pat Surtain, but I like the BPA mindset here. And I also think outside of Pat Surtain, their secondary is pretty weak. So I think this is a good selection for them.
Yeah, I agree. Especially in that division, you need all the help you can get in the secondary. So, and Barron is probably the best athlete, I think, at that position. So it's a good pick for them. I hope he's ready to play in Denver.
Hope he's ready to pick off our boy Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and our boy Justin Herbert.
Well, we don't want him picking off Justin Herbert.
Justin Herbert. We need more guys like names like that in the league. Justin Herbert.
You know, I think there's some credence to having a football name, right?
I think you're right.
You got to have a football name in order to be a good football player, I think. And you know what? You know what I think is a good football name?
What's a good football name? Jackson Dart.
It's a good football name.
It's a sick football name.
It's like Drew Brees, man. Drew Brees, right? Like that's a football name.
Drew, Jackson, Trevor, Justin, Joe.
Yeah, cool Joe.
I'm trying to think. I don't know. Caleb doesn't really give me football name vibes. Not
It's a little auraless. I still believe in Caleb, though. I do still believe in Caleb. Yeah, Eli is a great one. I mean,
Eli, JJ. I like JJ.
You know, I like JJ. All the fans know that I love JJ McCarthy, even though many of them disagreed with me. It was a hill I was willing to die on last year.
I put you on, JJ, dude.
Yes,
this guy don't
more too. Everybody needs to know that Bears Max. He gives me a lot of names to look at, and then I formulate my takes based on the names he gives me. Gave me McCarthy, was very early on Cam Ward. That's the big one we need to give Bears Max credit for. Got to be the first guy that I spoke to that put me on to Cam Ward. Obviously, we all know on this channel that I was early on Cam Ward. This man was earlier. So
I watched him as a Cougar at Washington State, and I was like, this guy's legit. And was super stoked to see him go to Miami. Watched him at the Pop-Tart Bowl, just absolutely light up Iowa State. Yeah, excited for him. He's gonna have a good time in Tennessee. I think he's
all right. So we got the Steelers pick is in. They're showing Shador, but they didn't show him take a phone call, but they're showing him on NFL Network. I'm wondering if this is going to be a pick. I am hiding the chat so I can give a live reaction to this. So that's your cue to do the same and not watch the little rapid fast NFL.com.
AJ Hawk is a GOAT football name. I would have to agree with you, but I think there's a better name, and it's Brian Urlacher. I think that's a better football name. AJ Hawk is a great middle linebacker for the Green Bay Packers, though.
I think the pick is going to be Shador, but I don't know. I'm going to live react it.
I'm going to
chat hidden and everything.
I'm going to say it's not Shador just for the entertainment value, and I don't think Mike Tomlin likes an ego and character at quarterback.
I think he really likes Shador. That's the reports I've read, and I think their personalities would just jive. I don't know.
Okay.
Ben Roethlisberger had a freaking ego.
That's true. But so did Russ.
That's true, and Russ did get told to FO back to New York, so I don't know. We'll see. Oh, Mr. Goodell is walking up. Let's see.
With the 21st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Derek Harmon, defensive tackle, Oregon. On the reaction from the crowd.
Yo. Wow. No Shador to the Steelers. Oh, my God. And Bears Max froze. Crazy freeze frame. No Shador to the Steelers. Wow. This man is dropping like a rock. Yo, Shador Sanders to the New York Giants. If you were a believer in that, the dream is still alive. Could the Giants trade up for Sanders? It's freaking possible. Wow. I'm actually floored right now. Derek Harmon, too. Thought he was going round 2. Knew there was an outside chance he goes round 1, but wow. Oh, my goodness. Socrates thinks we're staying at 34 now. Fireplace is saying trade up. Man, Sanders really might be a second-round pick, guys. He really might go into the second round. This is crazy. Wow. Wow. That one floored me. I really felt confident. I felt like it was going to happen. But Bears Max was right. Bears Max is often right. Bears Max said that the pick would not be Shador. Bears Max called that one. I thought it was going to be Shador, man. I'm shocked right now. I wonder if he's even going to go in round 1. I wonder if now we do have to pay attention to the Rams as a potential landing spot. Wow. Wow, can you guys believe this? Who wants the Giants to trade up for Shador? Say so in the live chat if that's what you want. If you want Shador, type like a 1 or a Shador or a perfect timing. Drop something in the chat. Actually, let's do this. Drop a 1 for Shador, drop a 2 for Jackson Dart. Let me know who you want the New York Giants to trade up for, if you even want them to trade up. I'm seeing more 2s than 1s. Wow, I'm seeing a lot of 2s in here. Giants fans big on Jackson Dart, hey? Could Bears Max still interacting through the chat? Could the Giants land Dart at 34? Could Dart be an option at around 25, as House of Taib is mentioning? Dart 25. Who do I want? I want the Giants to stick and pick at 34 and see who falls in their lap. That's me personally. If that's Shador, if that's Dart, great. If it's not, I don't know, man. This is crazy. Could we get some perfect timing? Could we get some perfect timing? Machete wants Tyleik Williams, and you know what? I want Tyleik Williams. Wouldn't mind it. Would not mind it. I think it's going to wind up being a quarterback, though. Wow, Shador dropping out of the sky. Guys, did the Knicks win? Is that game over yet? Can somebody let me know? Somebody let me know. Steven with a super chat. Thanks so much, Steven, saying, did the price to trade up for Dart drop? Yes, because we're not going to have to go up nearly as far as we thought we would. I mean, we were talking about, do the Giants have to get to 15? Do they have to get to 18? Do they have to get in front of the Steelers at 21? No. The answer is no. So the price has absolutely gone down. If the Giants want to trade up, they only have to go up a maximum of like 10 spots now. So any trade that happens is going to happen while the team they're trading with is on the clock. It's not going to happen beforehand. But yeah, that price has absolutely dropped to the floor like my stock portfolio over the last 2 months. So I don't know. I think that it's going to be, I think we are going to get a trade. I do feel like the Giants are going to do something. With the way this board is falling, it's perfect for them, right? Like they're getting everything they want. If they were going to go BPA at 34, the positions that they wanted of offensive line and defensive line are really thinning out. I don't know. I think that they might just view this as Christian says, this might just be value right here. The Giants might be getting some good value if they do stick and pick here at 34, but who knows? They also might be getting some value if they end up trading up a few spots. Trade up with Minnesota and get Dart is what Mahogany's kid says. We'll see. I did just dox my own stock portfolio. But don't worry, guys. It's not a loss until you sell. Knicks won. That's good to hear. Shout out the New York Knicks. Good to see New York sports teams doing well. Giants are doing well tonight, I would say. I think this is going just as the Giants would have dreamed it. You would take Golden if he was there. That would be an interesting pick for sure. That's a speedster right there. That's exactly the kind of player that Russell Wilson wants to take advantage of. Wow, I'm really wondering if Shador at 34, wouldn't that be something? 10:30 now already. We've been live for 2 hours and 44 minutes. Those of you who have been with me for the entire 2 hours and 44 minutes, drop it down below in the chat, and thank you so much. If you're just now joining in, I see that the viewership has gone up recently as we get close to a potential trade. Thank you guys for tuning in, all the support. Make sure you do smash the like button. We appreciate everybody tuning in. I hope you're having a great time watching along the draft with me and having a great time considering the New York Giants are having a great night so far. Michael's been here since we started. Shout out to you, Michael. Thank you so much. NATO's been here. Lo-Fi's been here the whole time. Christian's been here the whole time. Fireplace has been here the whole time. Lo-Fi. Nick Reyes. Thank you guys, everybody. JW, don't say guarantee because nothing is guaranteed, but it looks like the Giants are certainly going to land a quarterback if they want to. I mean, there's 10 picks left. We'll see. We'll see. Sean says, thank you, Anthony, for bringing us Giants fans together for the draft, living here in Florida. All my friends, none of them are Giants fans. Thank you so much for tuning in. And listen, this is why I love doing this so much, because of this community. I also live in South Florida, so I don't have a whole bunch of Giants fans that I can discuss with, but I do here on YouTube and on the Giants, Fireside Giants community. Not in person, that's fine, but I got all of you, and that's all that I need. So thank you so much, and I'm really happy everybody's enjoying the live stream watch party. Thanks to everybody for tuning in, and hope that you've enjoyed the show so far. Hunter, unfortunately, I did not have my cutlets tonight. I ran out of time. There's so much going on today with the rumors, and I was busy making all the social posts for Fireside and writing the articles for Empire Sports Media that didn't have the time to cook. So had a pizza instead. Can't complain about that. Chargers are down to the wire. Wonder if there is a trade on the way, or if they're going to stick and pick. I think they're going to stick and pick. Yeah, a trade with Minnesota would be possible. The Vikings have like no draft capital this year. The Vikings have the least draft capital of anybody. They have 4 total picks in the entire draft. That is nothing. Their next pick isn't until 97. If any team is going to trade it down, it's going to be the Vikings. So if the Giants are going to trade up, I could think that it could be. The Giants are going to trade up. I think it could be with Minnesota. Sean says, well, Anthony, since I don't live far from you, if you ever need a DJ for a Giants party or something, let me know. I have DJ all over South Florida for years. Dude, that's awesome. Yeah, that would be really great. We can totally try and set something like that up. I know that we've talked about potentially doing Fireside Giants watch parties in the future here in South Florida, since there are so many of you who do tune in from South Florida. So I will definitely keep you in mind, Sean. And thanks again for your support. And Lou Boogie saying Fireside #1 channel B. Thank you so much. And there sure are a lot of you in here. If we get Sanders, hit up for all you bitches on Madden 26. We a QB away, y'all. That's what Slim says. Yeah. Definitely would be a lot more fun to play with the Giants if they get a quarterback. But hey, our special guest host is here. Bears Max is back in the building. Uh-oh. Bears Max saw something. I haven't seen it yet. No spoilers. We need the poker face, Bears Max.
No spoilers. I'm probably going to cut out again, but I just wanted to say, hopefully I can get through the – oh, my God, I'm so good. Hopefully we can get through – the Packers pick. I'm trying to at least get to 28 here with you guys before I'll head out. Yeah, I just want to say, I think it makes sense here now, realistically, for the Giants to at least stick until day 2. I think Dart's going to be available at 34. I think the Browns are hoping Shador falls to them at 33. And I think that might be the name of the game here. If we don't see a potential move at 25, because we know the Houston Texans were talking about moving, or again, at 29 with the Commanders, New York can sit on their hands and wait. So it's not a necessity anymore that you have to move up now that Pittsburgh is no longer going Shador.
I agree with you. Hell yeah. This is a pick I get excited about. Yeah, man. Hampton to the Chargers. Yeah, that's got me jazzed up. That's a great selection. I was really hoping he would fall to the Chargers at 22. As a lot of fans of this channel do know, that is my number 2 team. I root for them because my sister lives out in LA, so I go out to LA sometimes and I'll catch a Chargers game or 2, and I really do enjoy them. Nobody is the New York Giants to me. The Giants really are my only favorite team, but I do root for the Chargers a little bit here and there, and so Hampton to the Chargers is very exciting.
Yeah, that's a good pick, especially considering the scheme there. Marion Hampton is probably going to be the best running back from this class.
Ooh, bold take. I don't disagree with you though. I dropped that take the other day on the channel. I got a little bit of pushback on it, but there were some who supported it.
I think he's insanely good, and I think he's going to develop insanely well in LA. So they feel comfortable with that pick. Green Bay, I'm feeling defense because that's what they do, and I'm feeling cornerback here.
If anybody's going to trade down, though, it's going to be the Vikings. We were saying this while you were fixing the Wi-Fi. The Vikings don't pick again until 97. So I think if it's going to happen for the Giants,
yeah,
I think it's going to happen with the Vikings pick. That's a team that just needs to trade down.
I just don't know if you need to trade down here if you're New York. I think unless you're hearing rumors that LA is looking at your boy, there's no reason to jump the gun. I really don't. I don't see any of these teams outside of LA taking a quarterback. They don't need them. So,
yeah,
obviously you can get. Green Bay for some reason takes Jackson Dart because they don't trust Jordan Love. But that'd be kind of weird.
I am starting to wonder though, if the rumors of the Giants Commanders trade at 29. Because, all right, the thing is, I get it. Maybe stick and pick and take your quarterback at 34. But the Browns are at 33, and they've got that first pick tomorrow, and that could be your quarterback, and that would suck. So I think the Giants have to pick tonight, personally. So I wonder if they're just going to let it go, and then 29 to Washington, if that's going to be the spot. I think so.
Yeah.
So I'm just afraid of the Browns, man. That's what it is. Never thought I'd say those words, afraid of the Browns.
If you want Shador, because Shador is going to Cleveland, I think in that scenario.
I don't think so. I think they like him, dude. I think they really don't like him.
I think Cleveland's going to do whatever it takes to sell tickets. I don't think they care who's a quarterback.
I guess. No, I'm afraid that they like Dart. That's what a couple of the reporters said is they like Dart just as much as the Giants like Dart. So that's what I'm worried about.
Interesting.
I'm so ready for the Saints blockbuster trade for Tyler Shuck at number 32 overall.
Yeah, that's going to be massive. The New Orleans Saints get their Drew Brees 2.0 and Tyler Shuck, the last quarterback drafted out of Louisville since probably the best quarterback in the league.
Yeah.
Jackson.
Lamar went 32. Maybe Shuck will go 32.
The legend of the 32s from Louisville continues. The crowd at the draft is wild. I like how the draft is in a parking lot. I like how it's literally in a parking lot outside of Lambeau Field. I think that's really funny. You're in Green Bay, a population of 100,000 people, and you can't find a place to put 100,000 people. So we're going to use the parking lot at Lambeau Field. Crazy town. It's kind of silly to me, but when it was in Chicago, it was actually a really nice location. You get a really cool area for these young guys to kind of have their moment. And this place, they're like, hey, we're going to put you in a parking lot. You're going to achieve your dream in a parking lot.
I don't know. Green Bay is definitely an interesting place to host. But where is it next year? Is it Kansas City? Is it somewhere else? I don't remember.
They just did it at Kansas City, I think.
Oh, okay. Let me see. You got it. Google it. See.
2026 NFL draft.
Yeah, you guys like how quick I was with the ban button?
Pittsburgh. It's going to be in Pittsburgh.
Oh, Pittsburgh.
Yeah. And then in 2027.
What's the temperature like in Pittsburgh nowadays? Like this time of year, is it brick?
It's probably all right. It's probably not too bad. In 2027, it's going to be Washington, D.C., Minneapolis, or Denver. DC would be cool.
That would be cool. I would go to that.
And, of course, DJ Lagway will be the number 1 overall pick in 2027.
We'll see.
I'm fine. Had the pleasure
about that one
here against LSU. We'll be definitely going to see him again this year.
You got to see the Nuss Bus, didn't you?
I got to see the Nuss Bus. Was not impressed. Was incredibly impressed with DJ Lagway and some of the young guys on that Gators team.
Lagway's got some serious buzz, man. People really like him.
We'll be going to see him square off against Archie in Gainesville this year. So very excited to see that game.
When is that?
It's in October.
Well, I hope that the Giants have their bye week that weekend so I can go.
Yeah, because that's going to be a game to go to for sure. Will be exciting. But I like how we're already talking about future drafts in this draft. It tells you just how
I love the draft, man. The draft is so much fun. Like I say, it's just a giant reality TV episode.
Do we still try to get Arch next year if we pick a quarterback this year? See, this is what I've been saying.
No.
The Giants
It's not going to happen.
Is don't waste your time drafting a quarterback this year when you can just tank again and then get Archie Manning as your quarterback, or
Not
potentially
happening.
tank for 2 years and then you get DJ Lagway as your quarterback. So
First and foremost, Arch is not coming out next year. He's coming out in 27. He's going to
there
play.
you go.
But there's no way he would want to live in the shadow of his uncle. It's not going to happen. And
You're
I don't
so
want to
right.
see the Giants. There's a lot of Giants fans that really want to wait for Arch. I'm done waiting. Like, if we've got a chance, you got to throw a dart at the board. It's been, Max, I don't even know if you know this. It's been 6 years since the Giants drafted a quarterback. The last quarterback that they drafted was Daniel Jones. Not at one point between rounds 1 and 7 over the last 6 years have they taken a quarterback.
That's not a bad thing, though. I'd rather say that than say that my team's drafted 3 quarterbacks in the past year. So
no, because at least you guys are trying. You're throwing darts at the board. You've had chances. And this is the big thing, though. When you have a quarterback that you draft early, they hold their value. You can trade them and get something for them. The Giants have just given up. Like all these mid players that they've drafted in the middle rounds who have done nothing, there is no value being held.
You know what we got for Justin Fields? A conditional 6th round.
Better than nothing. What did we get for Daniel Jones?
That's value. Yeah, that's a good point. A lot of dead cap, huh?
Yep. $20 million on the books this year.
What's going on? The Packers are taking forever. It looks like they were taking calls too.
Packers pick is in, and I actually did get spoiled that one.
They do need defense, particularly in the secondary. They could definitely use some more help on the line.
Yeah. Like I said, I got spoiled for this one, and it's a very interesting pick, Max. You might be surprised with this one. And also a shout out here to Mike Chills for the super chat. Thank you so much, Mike, saying so many talented players falling. Mar Hampton or Donovan Jackson. Unfortunately, Hampton did fly off the board to the Chargers, a great landing spot for him. But Donovan Jackson still very much in play. Giants did have him for a top 30 visit. If they're deciding they're not going to take a quarterback, keep an eye on Jackson.
I see the comments that the draft is in Green Bay, so that's why they're drawing out the clock. And I don't disagree. But I also definitely think that they were taking calls.
Wouldn't shock me. I'm still, like, in my head convinced the Vikings are going to trade down, but we'll see. They're on the clock right now, so we'll find out very soon.
The best draft in the NFL held here at a parking lot in Green Bay, Wisconsin. I can't get over it. It's like it's a stage in a parking lot. You're like the most wealthy organization doing this. Apologies if I offend any of the shareholders.
Just out of curiosity, how many of you are owners? Yes.
There he goes. Ooh, we're shareholders. Ooh.
A publicly owned team.
I have a plaque that says I'm an owner of the Packers.
I would love to see them do this in New York, though, one year. It'd be sick.
I just got spoiled.
Oh, yep. Ready to hear
it? What?
World champion Green Bay Packers. For the first time since 2002, after wide receiver.
I don't think it's that exciting.
I like the way that their team president / CEO hyped it up, though, for the first time since 2002. That was pretty good, but probably. Hey, man, I think Golden's a good player.
Yeah, I think he's fast as heck. I think he's I think he's solid. I'm not mad about it at all. You know what his pro comp is?
What's his pro comp?
Garrett Wilson.
That's a pretty strong pro comp.
Yeah, I think it's a good pick. I think it's kind of odd because Green Bay has a gluttony at wide receiver. I don't think they have a shortage of wide receivers.
Yeah, but they don't have a WR1, so do they?
Well,
I mean, they've got. I don't think Jaden Reed's a WR1 person.
You got Jaden Reed.
Oh my God,
you
he ran a
got
4.29. Jesus Christmas.
You have
4.29 is some speed, dude. That's a good pick.
Yeah, he's sub 4.3. He's 5'11" and 190 pounds. So,
All right, cool.
yeah, that's how he's running sub 4.3 because he's literally a $190. So it's gonna be tough.
I got a big report that I got to pull up here. Hold on, boys. Hold on, all my fellow Giants fans. This is coming from Josina Anderson, reportedly developing. She's told that the Giants are trying to get back into the first round per league source. So the New York Giants could be making a trade soon. I think it's that Washington pick, man. I think it's going to be that Washington pick.
Yeah. Ezekiel says he doesn't show the 4.2 speed on tape, though. It's probably because his stride is so small because he's such a tiny guy. You probably feel it on the field, though.
Wow, I just got spoiled. The Vikings did not trade down. I just saw their pick. Whoa.
But that size issue is a little concerning for the Packers. They usually pick pretty tall, strong wide receivers, so this is a different, interesting. I'm seeing Ian Rappaport reporting that Howie Roseman is working the phones.
I'm telling you, bro. Tyler Shuck, 32 to the Saints.
I think you're right. I think you're right. But they're saying Howie's trying to move up. So there's someone on the board.
Oh, I'm so curious to see who that is. I want to guess it. Let's look at the board. You know who it is, bro? I bet you it's Mike Green because they don't care about what players do off the field as long as
I think you're right.
Players.
No, I think you're right. I think it's Mike Green, or
just give me another reason to hate on the Philadelphia Eagles.
You know who it is, though?
Not that I needed any extra motivation.
It's got to be Scatabo. It's got to be.
No, he's not going in the first. I actually read that he might drop. A lot of teams don't like his lack.
No, dude, it's whoever's trending on Twitter. It's how he just picks whoever's trending on Twitter, dude. He doesn't care.
It works for him. If Theo Ash is making the picks over there, that NFL TikTok dude's doing a pretty damn good job.
That's who it's going to be. Or it's going to be Jahad Campbell.
Who's the best Georgia player on the board right now? That's who it's going to be.
Right now, Jared Wilson.
What position does he play?
He's a center.
That's the best Georgia player on the board?
Right now, yeah.
Can't be.
It is.
Is he ranked higher than Tate Ratledge? Tate Ratledge is a guard there. He's pretty good.
Yeah, Jared Wilson is top on the board.
Oh, wait. Isn't Malachi Starks? He's
Malachi Starks. Yeah.
That's got to be it. Higher. That's got to be it, dude. That's definitely.
But that's such a reach. He doesn't need to go up to grab him.
Yeah. I don't know. Well, what if
Maxwell Harrison is still available?
Baltimore, I know, likes Malachi Starks, so maybe that's why. Maybe he's trying to get in front of Baltimore. Yeah, Malachi Starks is the best Georgia player available. Yep. That checks out. That's definitely who it is.
Malachi Starks.
They need a safety. They love those Georgia defenders.
You heard it here first, folks. With 100% confirmation, Howie Roseman and the Philadelphia Eagles are attempting to trade up to draft the best Georgia player available, Malachi Starks, safety. Now, many folks had him going 34 overall. Potentially a second-round pick, but we know that the Giants are likely to move, and if they move, that means that the Browns are going to move, which means that there's going to be a premium there. So,
it
might reach.
It happened.
Reach,
and it happened.
And it happened. Holy cow!
All right, we're on quarterback watch.
Holy cow! The New York Giants have traded up.
New York Giants have traded. The New York Giants have traded.
Is it Shador watch?
It's got to be, right? It's Shador or it's Jackson.
They traded with the Rams.
No. The Houston Texans is getting in front of the Rams.
Wow. What is happening?
The New York Giants traded up with the Houston Texans Let me pull it up on the screen and share it with you guys. We are officially on quarterback watch. It's finally happening 6 years later. The New York Giants traded up with the Houston Texans. They traded away pick 34, 99, and a future third. They are on the clock. The New York Giants are on the clock.
Wow. So that means the Giants are picking here at 25?
Yep. Giants are picking 25th overall.
Wow, they did that. So we were right. I was right. They heard a little birdie. They think LA was going to take that quarterback. So they decided to jump ahead of them. Wow. That's crazy.
Donovan Jackson just went to that's definitely why the Texans traded down. The Texans were definitely targeting Donovan Jackson. And once he was off the board, they moved down. All right, well, poker faces, Max, blindly reacting. I'm closing the live chat, guys.
Wow. This is crazy. I didn't think they were going to be able to do it, to be completely honest with you.
You think it's for Shador or Jackson?
I
think it's
whoever they think LA is going to take. I don't think they make this move unless they feel 100% confident that LA is going to grab their guy. They feel the need to get ahead of them. So, man,
it's got to be Shador
right now.
It's got
good for them.
It's got to be Shador.
What an aggressive move from New York. When was the last time they did something like this? Go up there and grab their guy. This is pretty impressive, I have to admit.
Yeah. And I called it out a month ago that pick 99 was like the perfect pick to use for quarterback, either in a trade up or to take a developmental guy there, because it was a free compensatory pick the Giants didn't expect to get. They were projected to get a fourth. The league gave them a third by surprise. If you got the 99 pick by accident, you might as well use it to go get your guy. So I love this. Oh, man, I'm excited, bro. Ooh.
Texans get a haul. They feel there's nothing there for the next 7 picks that they want.
Is it going to be? It's got to be, right? I think it's got to be Shador Sanders.
Yeah.
Wow, man. Let's see.
Yeah. I don't know. It might be Dart. I think it's Dart.
All right. I'll bet on Shador. You're betting on Dart. We'll see.
All right. Sounds good.
I think you've had the better hit rate so far, but
I feel it's got to be Dart. Man, that's crazy. Wow. But then if it's Dart, watch LA take Shador.
Yeah, right?
Pig is in. The pig is already in. Yep. All right. I'm going to turn everything off here. Holy crap. This is pretty crazy. So I just have to say, since you guys aren't very privy to drafting a quarterback, whoever it is, you're always going to regret taking the other guy or not taking the other guy, unless it hits. So just, don't be ashamed to be like, if it does work out and you're like, I'm pro Shador and you guys get Dart and it works out, don't be ashamed to be like, actually, I was always pro Dart. No one's going to be mad at you. Just do it. Man. Totally okay. Just take your dubs.
My thing here is whoever they pick, I feel like they've got a good plan in place. They've got Brian Dable, Jameis Winston, and Russell Wilson in front of this rookie that they're going to draft. There's no rush to get him on the field. This is a perfect environment for a quarterback for now. I mean, obviously it depends on whether or not the coaches keep their jobs, but I think this is a great situation for a rookie to sit and learn. I'm just so excited to find out which rookie it is.
I agree. Plus you have a great wide receiver for him to build connections with. Obviously, you'd want to get a little bit more weapons for him and fix that offensive line, but that's okay. You don't have to do it all at once because he's not starting. So,
yeah, Max, I do need to throw this out there. There is a scenario where this does turn bad, and we were joking about Tyler Shuck to the Saints, but my goodness, it's
just get absolutely slapped with the Tyler Shuck. Now using QB1 of the future.
I'll break my TV. It's like that's not even a joke. This TV will not survive the night. Nah, come on. It's got to be Dart or Sanders. Once again, guys, if you are watching in the live chat and you already know the pick, possibly, we don't. We're blind reacting on the television. We will find out very shortly. But I do see a lot of people flooding in here, so there's got to be people who know the pick. Man, I'm like jittery, man. I'm like shaking. I'm excited.
I just can't believe the Seahawks are rolling into the preseason with Jackson Smith-Njigba and Jake Bobo as their starting wide receivers.
Yeah, that's kind
Wait,
of
sorry,
crazy.
they got Coop Cup. My bad. I forgot about that.
Oh, yeah. They do have Coop Cup. But, all right. Well, we're back on NFL Network. We shall see what happens soon enough here. 25th pick in the draft.
Yeah, let's think about Minnesota taking Donovan Jackson after they got rid of Sam Darnold.
Yeah. Well, JJ's got that knee injury, so you got to protect him. I like that pick for them. I know the Giants really did like Donovan Jackson.
I like Donovan Jackson.
Yeah, me too. I might have to. Can I move this? I might have to stand, bro. I'm getting antsy sitting here. Oh, I don't think I can pick this up without breaking everything.
Whoa.
Let's go.
Sorry, I just got spoiled on not this pick, but the next pick.
All right. Well, oh, man, let's see what happens.
LA has made a trade.
Oh, shoot. All right. Well, I think that your theory of the Giants stealing whoever LA wanted might be right, but I don't know. They're taking their sweet time. I still don't know who the Giants have picked. We'll find out shortly.
Is anyone at Ole Miss still there when Eli was there?
Well, Eli and Dart do have a pretty good relationship, so.
Well, there you go. Do we know if Jackson Dart was ever hanging out at the Ole Miss Ignue house?
Actually, I do know that. I do know the answer to that. I'll tell you about that off air. I have some. Yes, he has hung out there.
That's all.
All right.
I
see my boy Joe Ruback up on the screen. LPG, one of the goats of the Giants community. All right, let me turn this up.
Oh my God, no way! It's Tyler
Commissioners. Shut up, bro. Stop. Not funny.
Yeah, my bad.
Mister, you're supposed to be in Mr. Poker Face mode right here. Oh, man. Shout out to all 1,198 people in the chat. You're about to either watch me descend into madness or get really excited. We'll see. All right.
New York history question.
All right, here it is.
Texans have traded the 25th pick to the New York Giants. With the 25th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Jackson Dart, quarterback.
Hey.
Jackson Dart.
Hey, look at that.
Let's go.
The door watch is still happening. We don't know where he's going, but Jackson Dart, quarterback of the future.
Oh, that's fantastic. I love it.
Ole Miss connection is still alive.
Wow.
Jackson Dart.
Brian Dable gets his guy. Brian Dable gets his quarterback to develop for the future. I absolutely love it. Man, we've been talking about Jackson Dart for months on this channel. It was in mid-January. I typed up my scouting report on him, and we broke him down on the channel. I'm a huge fan. He's got tools. He's got traits. He's got mobility and athleticism. He has a strong arm. Dude, this guy can throw the ball deep, and the perfect quarterback to pair with him, truly, Russell Wilson. Because there are some criticisms with Dart where maybe he doesn't throw over the middle of the field too well. Maybe he throws too much off of the play action. You know what? Same criticisms that people have had for Russell Wilson, and that's a Hall of Fame 10-time Pro Bowl quarterback. This is the perfect situation for Jackson Dart. This is a great selection for the New York Giants. Let's go, man. I'm hyped up.
You should be. You absolutely should be. I think every single New York Giants fan should be happy with this. I think this is probably the best situation coming out of this draft. I think you have a guy that you said has probably the best long arm in this entire class, and probably one of the best in the past couple of years. Just pure talent here. Yeah, man, what a move. You didn't even really sell the farm either. You didn't have to. You just went up there. But I'm telling you, with the fact that LA just moved down, I think they heard something on the grapevine. They made their move. They got their guy. Good for them. What a move. Wow.
I was muted. Here's Christian Whitehead. Thank you for the super chat saying, let's go. Finally excited for the season. I'm excited too, man. We finally got a young quarterback, and we got an absolute star in Abdul Carter. And another super chat from Christian saying, what's the first round grade now? Love this pick. Listen, I was a little skeptical because I wasn't sure what the first round grade would be if they moved up to like 15 or 18 for Dart, because they would have had to give up a lot. They barely gave up anything, man. A compensatory pick that they got. I love this. It's an A first round grade for me for the New York Giants. I'm thrilled.
I got to give it an A too. Just you get probably the best position player in the entire, well, second best position player in the entire draft, the best edge rusher in the entire draft, and probably last year's draft too. And you go up and you grab the quarterback that you need. You don't give up the farm for it. Just two studs in the first round. Good for the Giants. This was really make or break for them, and I think it's looking for a good year this year. It's shaping up pretty good. This is pretty crazy.
Man, I'm thrilled. I was really big on the Russell Wilson move, and I am huge on this Jackson Dart move. I love this.
Dart, dude. What number do you think he's gonna wear? What was he in? Wasn't he 11 in Ole Miss?
No. He was 2, and the only number that the Giants have available in the low values is 12. So number 12.
That's gonna look great in the 12. The Dart.
He's gonna look fantastic in the 12.
Man, you're gonna need to buy one of those Dart jerseys.
I'm getting me a Dart jersey. We got a big super chat here from Egypt Steel 85. Thank you so much for the big $20 super chat. Thanks so much, saying let's fucking go. Jackson Dart and Abdul Carter. I'm with you. I didn't censor myself on this one because I'm really excited. Let's go, Giants fans. How are we feeling?
No swearing. It's okay. All the kids should be in bed. They're going to be really excited when they see tomorrow Jackson Dart is the quarterback of the future.
This is awesome, bro.
Wow. Falcons move up and
I was going to say,
make an interesting decision here. But how do you think? What do you think? You think Jackson's going to, next year, 2027, we think? 2026? What do you think the timeline is for Jackson Dart here?
I think it largely depends on how Russell Wilson plays this season. If Russell Wilson plays well, I'm not going to rule out him getting another year with the Giants. But realistically, if Russell Wilson isn't playing well and the Giants are having a rough season, I mean, Dable's going to have to say, hey, I made the GM drafted this quarterback because I believe in him. We got to get him on the field. And I think that he could end up starting games by season's end. It just depends on the win-loss record. That's really what it is.
Do we think that's like a worst-case scenario, though?
Yeah, that is the worst-case scenario. Because I hope that they're winning. Like, I don't want to rush Dart into the field. I want him to play in 2026. I think that's the ideal timeline. But if it's a bad season, he's going to go out there sooner rather than later. But Fireplace Gaming, shout out to you. Thank you for the super chat saying the Giants finally threw a dart at the board. Thank God. We've been making that pun for like 3 months. I'm happy that it's finally come to fruition. They finally threw that damn dart, and they got their dart.
So what do we think's next for the New York Giants in the rest of this draft? Sounds like they need offensive weapons, like particularly in the trenches to defend their young dart of a quarterback.
Yeah, I definitely think they need to add some more talent around him.
Let's see here.
Wow.
So we take out 34 and we take out 99. How many does it leave? 65. So the Giants won't pick again until round 3. At pick number 65. And you might have a good guard there available by the guy named Garrett Dillinger, who was very high on my board. He's an LSU guard. Saw him live. He stole the show for me. His film, he pops on his film. I don't know why he's so low on a lot of these boards. I just don't think a lot of people have watched it. I think if there's a guy to look at, the guard for the New York Giants. I know the tackles. I played both.
Yeah, I think the Giants are definitely going to be looking guard now, but they're not picking all the way until 65 now. But got a super chat here from Michael Grinaldi. Thank you so much, Michael, saying, bro, A+ first round. There is life in Giants Nation. Yes, sir. Carter and Dart. Let's hope this starts to turn the page for our Giants. First quarterback in 6 years is Dart. I seriously can't believe it's been 6 years. I'm thrilled with this. Listen, if Brian Dable has a conviction in a guy and they gave him his guy, I'm happy. And that's apparently what happened here. I believe in Dable. I think Dable is a very good coach. I think he's dealt with a very bad situation, especially at the quarterback position. If he has conviction in Dart, so do I. Let's ride off into the sunset. Let's fucking go.
I think if you're looking at defensive tackle available at 65, Norman Lott out of Tennessee. But I think I like Deion Walker, the 6'7", 330-pound beast.
I like Alfred Collins. You like him out of Texas? He's a pick that I could see the Giants taking tomorrow.
I can't say I've watched him too much.
He's nice, out of Texas.
Out of Texas.
Yeah. Hold on. We got another super chat here from Socrates77. Thank you so much. How long before you buy a dartboard in the NYG store? I think a dartboard needs to go right here behind me. This would be a really good look right here to have a dartboard for Jackson Dart.
With a picture of his face and darts around.
No. We'll put like pictures of opposing defenders' faces.
Oh, there you go. Yeah,
darts as Jackson Dart, right? Like we'll get Trayvon Diggs when it's Cowboys week. With bullseye, the Giants are going to win, right? You know?
You have a picture of Daniel Jones's face?
That's possible. So, Bears Max called this one. I'll let you read this one off if you want.
I have to say, rumor LA liked him, was planning to take him. I said around 30 minutes ago that I think LA was hoping that they had an opportunity to take Dart. All of a sudden, we see New York leapfrog them, trade with Houston, immediately put in their pick. Obviously, we won't know until the dust is settled, but it seems like they heard through the grapevine LA was prepared to take Dart. They made their move. They got their guy. They did what they had to do. We don't know if that's true or not, but that's what makes sense. Eerily reminiscent of the Chicago Bears moving up to take Mitchell Trubisky at number 2 because they heard through the grapevine that somebody was about to take him. But hopefully we have a bit of a different situation here. Jackson Dart has a long time to develop and will develop into the quarterback of the future for the New York Giants. And I think he will. I think he's better than Trubisky was out of college. And I don't want to ever say that again for the rest of my life.
Yeah, let's halt any more Mitchell Trubisky talk. But I will say this, though, about Jackson Dart. The playing style, I really think fits the New York Giants offense. And I tweeted that out this morning. I said it on last week's live stream. If there's 3 hallmark traits for Brian Daboll quarterback, Max, it's mobility, it's quick passing, and it's downfield accuracy and aggression. Those are the 3 traits for Brian Daboll quarterback, and those are the 3 traits that Jackson Dart has. Like, I think this really is just a perfect fit.
I agree 100%. You're thinking about a guy that can throw on the run. You're thinking about a guy who can run that play action. Jackson Dart can do that better than anyone else left on the board at the quarterback position. He's not as mobile as maybe a Shador, but he's got that. Again, I just cannot emphasize enough. Arm strength and arm talent is insane. Very excited to see how he develops because, he's going to take a little bit of time here, but man.
Yeah, I mean, wow, this is actually insane, though, the Shador Sanders situation. I will answer this super chat from Michael asking thoughts on Sanders dropping. Where does he go? It's really hard to say now, isn't it? I mean, I guess Pittsburgh, but I think he's going to keep dropping. This, to me, Max, this has to be a personality character concern thing for NFL teams because I get it. There are some concerns football-wise for Sanders. He's a good football player. He is accurate. He plays the game at a high level. The fact that he is dropping this far and he's now going to be the QB3 in this draft class is pretty insane. So there's got to be something more going on. But I don't know. I guess he's going to be a round 2 pick. We'll see.
Yeah, I think the issue with Shador isn't necessarily I don't think it's his personal character. I think it's what he brings to the team. I think all of the rumors about his team saying that his dad has to come with him, all that jazz. I think there's genuine concern from front offices that, sure, he may be a baller. Sure, he may have personally a good enough character to be in the NFL and command a locker room. Because, I mean, again, it's a quarterback. You have to command the locker room. You have to command the huddle. You have to command the respect of everyone around you. You're bringing all of this luggage, all of this weight, all of this baggage with you, right? Emotional, financial, like all of these people are good. You have an entourage. An organization is then going to have to support this entourage. An organization is going to have to allow your family to film your YouTube videos in your weight room, in your practice facility, right? Like, I don't know if I can trust you with all of that as an NFL because it's not college. Like, this is the second level here. So, yeah, I don't know. I think ultimately for me, that's my issue is this is what happens. When you make your life into a TikTok reality show. Some people are uncomfortable with it. You could probably live off of it for the rest of your life if you want to, but you're just going to have to find a team that's willing to take that stab at it.
JW says Max is spinning facts. Listen, and he also says Bears Max is making extremely solid points. Listen, my thing here is I don't mind Shador Sanders and his videography team. Like, it doesn't bother me, but I know that it does bother NFL teams, and it does bother certain fans. Alex is one of them. Alex didn't like how he was so caught up in the media and everything. So I don't know. I mean, it wasn't a concern for me. I thought he was a good football player. I probably would have taken him over Dart, but you know what? At the end of the day, I'm just going to keep falling back to it. If Brian Dable has conviction in him and feels like he is the best fit for his offense, I'm just going to default to Brian Dable and trusting him on this one. And I agree that Dart isn't the best prospect. He's not a first-round prospect. I'll go as far as to say that. He goes in the first round because of the position he plays, but not a first-round graded prospect. However, he is a player that's going to remain a prospect, meaning he's not starting this year. He still is developing behind the scenes for a full season, hopefully. So you have to imagine with a whole year of growing and learning from a really good coach and some good quarterbacks, he's going to be a much better player by the time he sees the field. And that's my selling point for this. So the fact that we can take our time with him, the fact that our quarterback, coach, guru, whatever you want to call Dable, has conviction in him, I'm sold on it. We got to wait and see, of course. But, you know, there's a lot to be excited about here, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I want to stress, I think Shador is going to have a good career wherever he lands. I don't, like, that's what I'm saying. I don't believe a lot of these anonymous, like, personality issues. I don't think you get to that point in college ball and just football in general unless you're a team player. Like, I think it's very obvious he's a team guy. I think he can lead the locker room. It's just, like we just said, there's just teams are a little bit uncomfortable with some of the media personality around him because – and then I think this is a bigger conversation about NIL because now you're kind of like a superstar heading into a team as a rookie when guys have been playing on a team for years and don't have the amount of money or allure or attention that you have. But yeah, that's my only issue that I could potentially see teams have issues with Shador. But I think he's going to have a good career. I hope he has a good career. I hope we're watching this kid play football for a long time because he's good. He's great. I really, eventually one of these teams has to hit, like, just take the shot because I just hate to see this hurt him, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I do agree with you. I think that Shador is going to be a good player. I'm just so curious where he lands, and I think that situation is everything for all of these quarterbacks. I say that all the time. If Sanders goes to the right spot, he'll be a star. Same thing with Dart, and I think Dart is going to the right spot here, which is kind of the big selling point for me. I think the time to grow behind Russ with Dable, this is a good situation for Dart that I think he could succeed in. So I think situation is so important for quarterbacks, and that's why I'm sold on this pick. It's not the best pick. It's definitely a reach, but also a crucial aspect. We haven't even brought this up, Max. It is so important to have a fifth-year option on a quarterback's contract. Drafting a quarterback in the second round is a little bit dicey because after those first 3 years of their career, especially since you're going to redshirt him for his rookie season, year two he finally starts playing. The way this quarterback market moves, you really need to have that fifth-year option on a starting quarterback. So if the Giants feel like he's going to be a starter one day, that's why you trade the 99 pick to get into the first round and take him there.
Yep, 100%. Yeah, that's a great point. I didn't even think about that. That's exactly what the situation was, 1,000%. This just resets your entire quarterback clock. Now you have a lot of time to get it right or get it wrong, but at least you have some padding there if you do get it wrong. But we'll see. Pick is in for the Detroit Lions. Malachi Starks is off the board. The best safety and the best player available from Georgia is off the board. Howie Roseman is shaking his fist in the wind. Like Theo Ash, unfortunately, will not get his pick this year.
I will say that is a phenomenal pick for the Baltimore Ravens.
Someone says Jackson Dart was called Anakin Skywalker at Ole Miss, and Abdul Carter was Darth Vader at Penn State. So the Giants drafted 2 Darth Vaders. It's pretty funny. I don't know if that's true about Jackson Dart, but
no, it is. It is. I've seen that. So
really, that's crazy.
We've fully fallen to the dark side, and I'm here for it.
That's great for Star Wars fans.
I knew that we were in for a good finish to the draft, Max, when your Wi-Fi stabilized. I was like, oh, there's Max's back. We're in for a good one.
That's crazy. Yeah, I don't know what that was. That was weird. The Lions take another defensive tackle, Tyleik Williams.
Yeah, this was my guy for the Giants at 34. If he made it there, he wouldn't have made it anyway. Tyreek Williams is such a good pick. This is what the Lions always do.
Yeah.
I fall in love with a prospect and they take them.
Like
Remember Aleem McNeil?
Yeah. Yeah. So the Detroit Lions just bolster their already incredible defensive line. Yeah, they're going to eat your kneecaps off year in and year out, and they sure do. And you know what
I will say?
NFL.com right now for Tyreek Williams, his pro comp is Aleem McNeil.
Yep, I've seen that before. It's crazy. I have a type when it comes to defensive tackles.
So funny. You like him with girthy lower bodies and big meaty hands? Pause.
Dude, this is unbelievable that you're bringing this up because we actually did a live stream where we brought exactly that up, and we were hysterically dying laughing on the live stream about the way that Lance's Airline wrote up that comp or that draft profile for Tyreek. That's, dude, keep reading through it. It gets worse. Like, there's so many pause moments in that draft profile. It's hysterical.
Yeah.
I got to give a shout out here, though, to NATO. This is a really good comment. Not going to lie, Jackson Dart, a cool fly low dude. He's got some aura. He's got some drip. Like, in terms of how certain players dress on game days, you're gonna be few and far between looking for quarterbacks that have more aura on the field than Jackson Dart. And so I'm cool with that. A quarterback with personality. I've been begging for that for a very long time. I'm so, happy to be moved on from the Daniel Jones era of the one-word company line responses in the media. Russell Wilson had some really good responses in his presser. Jackson Dart's going to be very conversational, and he's going to get energetic on the field. He's not going to be a bored. I really like Jackson Dart in terms of that aspect, so I'm excited about it. And
I want him to bring the little mustache back. I liked it when he had that little mustache.
Yeah, I'm all for that. Steven also dropping a super chat here. Thanks so much, Steven, saying Dart/Wilson is similar to Warner/Eli. Good mentor. I can't disagree with you there. I think that's a great comparison.
I think it's a great comparison as well. Russ is great because he's on the run. He's a mobile quarterback like Dart can be. They both have great arms. And, yeah, like you mentioned, throwing over the middle, it's a great guy to learn from is Russ, especially on pre-snap reads. Russ doesn't do too much of that, but, yeah, he still knows more. Jameis, honestly, is probably the better guy to learn from the mental game because that guy –
I think you'll learn a lot of what not to do with Jameis too, which I think is important.
I think you're right, but Jameis can read a defense like crazy. He proved it last year. He just knows the game.
So does Russ, though. I mean, Russ is one of the smartest quarterbacks ever. I think what's really great about the Giants quarterback room, they've got a very conservative but obviously Hall of Fame caliber quarterback in Russell Wilson, but you've got a ball protection specialist in Russell Wilson, and then you have the ultimate gunslinger in Jameis Winston. You've got the two ends of the spectrum.
Yeah.
Now Jackson Dart, go find the middle point there and make something of it. I think he's got a lot of experience to learn from with those two guys.
And naturally, he leans a little bit more towards the gunslinger. So I think, honestly, him and Jameis might be a little bit of a better mesh than him and Russ, to be completely honest with you.
Yeah. I don't disagree.
You're also going to have to get used to his little celebration.
NATO says Ant Plus. I don't know. Are you saying that Jackson Dart is Ant Plus? Actually, here's the funny story on Jackson Dart, Max. This is great. So this was still during the NFL playoffs. This is before draft season really kicked off. It was my friend John Thompson, who, if you guys watched the Fireside Giants Pro Day, I don't know if you saw that yet, Max, but it was a pretty funny video. My buddy John, he was the wide receiver in that, and he put me on to Jackson Dart in early January. Was like, hey, I was watching this Ole Miss game. This guy, Jackson Dart, really reminds me of the way that you play on the flag football field. You should watch him. You can probably learn something and bring that over to the flag football field. I'm like, okay, yeah, I'll check that out. I've actually heard of him because I know he's in the draft this year. Started watching him, started diving into the All-22, and I was like, you know what, John? I think you found somebody here. I really like this kid.
That's crazy.
Since then, it's just been all Giants fans picking up on Jackson Dart, and then that ramp up this week, first-round pick to the New York Giants. So big shout-out to my boy John Thompson. You were one of the first ones on Jackson Dart, and now he is on the New York Giants. Pretty exciting stuff.
Yeah, and now you have a host here in Fireside Giants that can look into the mind of Jackson Dart and really can put his own shoes on and says, okay, if that were me in the huddle, this is what I would do since we have such similar play styles. So you're really lucky to be a subscriber here to Fireside Giants and get such excellent insight that a lot of other teams don't get the access to. So
absolutely. Travis Murray, the super chat. Thank you so much. Saying QB3, what are we doing? We need talent now. I think we're taking the guy that Brian Dable had conviction in. That's simply what this comes down to. In fact, I was reading reports today that there was a split in the Giants organization. There were guys in there who preferred Shedeur Sanders, but the head coach preferred Jackson Dart, and it became a question of, will the GM or the coach win this one? Is the GM going to take his guy, or is the GM going to be selfless and take the head coach's guy? And I have to say, I'm very happy that the GM took the head coach's guy. That is the way that it should work when you're talking about a coach who developed Josh Allen and is a quarterback guru. That's his term. That's his label. That's his reputation. Give that guy his quarterback. Don't force a different quarterback on him. That's my take on it. So I really do like this selection. The Giants needed to solve the quarterback position. Let Dable solve it, not Joe Shane. I've been unbelievably critical of Joe Shane and his drafting, rightfully so. So go ahead, give Dable his quarterback, not Shane his quarterback. So I like the pick, and that is the logic behind it, in my opinion.
Yeah, I also think that the Rams trading immediately after that pick is very telling. And you want to read into it, I'm going to read into it, that there's also a McVay stamp of approval there, that if they knew their guy wasn't there, there's no reason for them to hang around. Seemed like they wanted to take Dart. So if you want to read into it, feel free and be like, we got the Rams guy, we got the guy that McVay wanted. And if McVay's the quarterback, you better believe he's a good gunslinger. So
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, all right, maybe you don't trust Brian Dable. Maybe he lost his reputation over the last couple of years with some bad Giants play. That's totally fine, and I can respect that because the Giants have been really bad, and he hasn't lived up to the hype. However, if Sean McVay likes the kid, let that be your voucher. Let that be the stamp of approval, because Sean McVay is one of the best offensive coaching minds in the history of the NFL. So if you like Jackson Dart, I think that's a really, really good cosign. We got another super chat here, though, from Andrew Fish saying, guard. Proved we aren't going anyway without an offensive line. Yeah, I think the Giants are going to take an O-lineman at some point in this draft. It's just a matter of when, and it could be at number 65 overall. And I would circle Georgia guard Tate Ratledge as a potential selection there, because I think he is going to be the best guard available if he makes it down to 65.
All right, and the Commanders made their pick, so yeah, now it should just be 1, 2, 3 for the end of this draft, first round.
Unless we get the Shuck at 32, but we'll see.
A lot of trenches. We knew this was going to be a lineman-heavy draft. Turns out that was the right call.
Yeah, we've got a few people agreeing with that take as well. Somebody saying McVay wanted Dart. It's a good point. McVay likes him. Good point. Yeah, I think people see that. I see some people in the chat saying Jackson Dart is Daniel Jones 2.0. Listen, no, he's not, because Jackson Dart, if anything, is maybe too aggressive throwing the ball downfield sometimes. Daniel Jones was pissing his pants every time he was asked to throw the ball 20-plus yards downfield. So it's a big difference in playing style. And I don't know. I also got competition face. We're talking about somebody who played at Duke versus somebody who lit up the SEC at Ole Miss. So big difference.
That's a huge point. I also cannot stress enough that this guy was playing in the SEC his entire time in college. So that does carry.
I think so too. And I said on the channel months ago when we were watching the Jackson Dart film live with everybody in the chat, I did say, like, yeah, there are some overlaps in their game. There is some similarities, but there are some key differences. And those key differences, it's like I'll say this, if Jackson Dart got thrown into the starting lineup in week 1 this year, he'd probably look a lot like Daniel Jones. But I think he has a much higher ceiling than Jones had coming out. And I think that he has a lot more of the upside that Jones was missing when he came out of college. And now he's got the time to grow behind these quarterbacks. So I really like that facet. And then shout out to Ralph Cansberry. Thank you for the super chat. Just saying, let's go. And I'll say it with you, LFG, my friend.
Yeah, I think if there's any game you want to go back and watch, it's Dart against Georgia, and that kind of a shocker of a win that they were able to pull off. That was him just playing at top level. That wasn't his best game stat wise, but I mean, hey, you beat Georgia. You gotta do some things right. So Dart's fun.
Yeah,
there was a Gruden episode that just came out. If you like to watch, any Gruden videos, but Gruden was really high on Jackson Dart as well. So take some time, get to know your new quarterback. It's always fun. Just believe in the hype.
Yeah, we got nothing to do except for just hype this kid up and support him. So let's do it. And hopefully get him on Fireside Giants because I have a connection. So I'm going to work on that. I'm teasing that right now for everybody who's in the live chat. I'll see what I can do, and I will try my best.
Yeah, also stat-wise, very similar to Cam Ward. Fun fact. Not that means, a whole much, but.
In a tougher conference, too, I'll add.
Yeah, that's true.
But I think a lot of that had to do with the scheme. Brian with a really good question saying, why did we trade up? He would have been there at 34. So two things. I don't think he would have been there at 34 because I think that he would have wound up being selected by the Rams at 26. And that is why the New York Giants traded up to 25. And then part two of this equation is I think the Giants really wanted that fifth-year option. I think it's very crucial for a young quarterback to have that fifth-year option on their contract, especially if you're going to be redshirting them for their entire rookie season. So those are the two main reasons why they traded up rather than taking at 34. Rams probably wanted to take him at 26, and the fifth-year option was important to get. So even if it wasn't in front of the Rams, if the Giants probably would have at least traded up to 29, 31, somewhere just to make sure that they could get that fifth-year option.
Dart broke Ole Miss rushing record for quarterbacks. That's right. He can't run the ball. He is also mobile. That's probably one of the reasons why Dable likes him. But you can say the same.
Got some wheels. He's a much better athlete than I think people realize. His legs are. It's not. He's there. I don't know if I call them a weapon, but they're an asset. If that makes sense. John Oliva with a super chat. Thank you so much, John. Saying, as a massive Georgia fan, when I watched what Ole Miss did to them this year, I knew I wanted him. Let's go Giants. That's awesome. That's what we love to hear. So we got John's stamp of approval, and honestly, man, I like it. As JW said, to quote me, moldable piece of clay. We said that earlier, and I absolutely agree. Moldable piece of clay here, and I'm trusting in Brian Dable to mold that clay into something special.
The Philadelphia Eagles have moved up.
Moved up, what, one spot?
I guess, yeah.
All right. Interesting. Stu, I'm feeling great about these picks. Super happy. I think the Giants' future and present much improved in both facets. So
I can't is enough how important it is for quarterbacks to sit for a year. I think it's so important, particularly for guys that are a little bit more developmental, to genuinely learn the game at the pro level, because you throw guys that aren't 100% ready to play out there, you destroy their confidence. They're never able to get it back. In the very rare case that you do see them get it back, like a Bryce Young, you're going to have to sit for a year, 2 years, 3 years. Okay, now what, right? You go out and get another one. You don't have veterans in that room, so we can't learn anything. As a Bears fan, I get like flashbacks whenever I see someone be like, oh, I wanted the guy that's going to play week one. Like, yeah, that's exciting. But if you're talking about the success and long-term feasibility of your franchise, you want the guy that can sit, learn, and when he's ready, step up. Because I watched a team called the Green Bay Packers do that for the past 15 to 20 years, and they've had nothing but success. Sure, like what, 2 Super Bowls, maybe even just 1. But, that's other reasons. But at the quarterback, you've never had a question mark there.
I think it's such a good point. And it's really like I'm seeing in the chat people saying, oh, like Daniel Jones, he gets caught on one read. He can't go through his progressions. Like, okay, you're not technically wrong about these things. But Daniel Jones also started games by week 3 of his rookie season. The Giants, they messed up that development. There could have been something with Daniel Jones if they developed him better. Like we all, as Giants fans, agree, they screwed him up in every way possible. They didn't give him weapons. They didn't give him a line, and they threw him into the fire too soon. Dart has a full year to learn behind the Hall of Fame quarterback and with a great head coach, or at least a quarterback developer. I won't call Brian Dable technically a great coach. I don't know. He won Coach of the Year, so he's got to be great at something. So, yeah, I think you're 100% right, Max. It's so important. Don't rush these guys in the lineup. Let them take their time, and I think that's the point here with Dart. So, real quickly, I did accidentally skip over Golden Spacian Super Chat. I'm sorry about that. Thank you so much for the Super Chat, Golden Spacian, saying, thoughts on the capital given up in the trade. I love it. because it was a free pick that the Giants had anyway, right? 99, when we entered this offseason, we didn't expect the Giants to have the 99th pick. They got that out of compensatory. You might as well rip that in a trade up. I actually thought the Giants were going to use that trade in free agency because what they like to do typically over the last couple of years, when they have 2 picks in the same round, they like to trade one of those for a veteran. This time around, held on to it so that they could use it in a trade for a quarterback in the draft. I actually think that's an even better strategy than trading for an aging veteran. So I love the compensation. Yes, a future third, that's fine. The Giants have done a really good job of recouping those picks in recent years. So I feel confident they can do that next year. So to move up that small amount and get a potential franchise quarterback for 2/3, if he hits, it's not going to matter what the hell they gave up anyway. So I like it.
My boy Maxwell Harrison out of Kentucky, drafted by the Buffalo Bills. Glad that they saw the talent that I did, taking him in the first round. Very impressed. Good pick for the Bills. The Eagles move. They leapfrog, switch trades with the Chiefs for some reason. Their pick is in.
Very interested to see who that's for.
Very,
very curious.
I will say peace and let you guys discuss the future of the New York Giants.
Yeah, I don't know how much left I have in the tank anyway, but I'm definitely happy to keep chatting until the 30-second pick comes out. So you guys stay tuned for the rest of the chat.
I'm just still not over Colston Loveland at 10. I'm like, it's such a confusing pick, to be completely honest with you. But hey, if he's Sam Laporta, I won't be mad about Sam Laporta. Maybe at 10, but
we'll see. I don't know. We got a lot of people in here saying Jackson Dart is basically Daniel Jones, and I think we need to do a film breakdown on the channel for Jackson Dart and show you guys.
Totally.
Sure, maybe there's some similarities, but there are some crucial differences that separate those two as prospects.
100% worth it.
Yep. And this is a great question or comment here from Strider, Hire You 120. This is perfect because you're saying, Anthony, I just want a QB that can go through his progressions. Yes. And the thing is, Jackson Dart probably can't do that. But Jackson Dart has an entire year to learn how to do that. And he doesn't already have prior coaching telling him how to go through his progressions. He now has Brian Dable telling him to go through those progressions from scratch, which ties into this other comment from JW, moldable piece of clay. So actually, if you want a quarterback that can go through the progressions, you probably want a quarterback who hasn't gone through his progressions yet and has a full year to learn how to do that at the NFL level. That's really the crucial aspect here. So that's why I like this. I think he's a moldable piece of clay, and I think his ceiling is very high.
And this is the last thing I'm going to say on Jackson Dart is Brian Dable is an asshole, is a notorious asshole, in your face, not afraid to pull any punches coach. So is Lane Kiffin. So Jackson Dart knows that type of coaching around him. Can we say the same for Shedeur Sanders? How is he going to react to a guy like Brian Dable in his face? Not saying very nice things. So Jackson Dart, he knows it. He can take it. That's the last thing I'm going to say in this. Yeah, I'm excited to see how this turns out for the New York Giants. I'm hoping it doesn't turn into a Trubisky Mahomes situation. Fingers crossed.
Yeah. Well, he's got the feistiness. I agree with you there. The mentality, demeanor, confidence, all those things. Like Jackson Dart checks those boxes. And I actually think you make a really good point there, kind of mentioning Dable's personality and the way that the two personalities might mesh. Yeah, come to think of it, Jackson Dart's personality is probably a perfect match with Brian Dable. So really good point there. And listen, man, I just hope that Brian Dable gets by this year. It's going to be tough. Giants have a tough schedule. They don't have the best roster. It got a lot better this offseason. I really hope that Brian Dable is able to coach this team in 2026 and actually get to coach Jackson Dart. I really don't want to have to throw him out in the fire too soon. Essentially what I'm saying, Russell Wilson, please save us. Please win some goddamn games this year so we can properly develop this quarterback.
All right. Philadelphia taking their sweet time.
Yeah. And Strider's saying, well, not sure about Dart, but I'll give it a shot. Listen, that's all you can do. He's on the team, so let's keep an open mind. I'll harken back to 2019 when the Giants took Daniel Jones. My God, it was an ugly day in my house. I was absolutely devastated. However, after I saw him play in the preseason, I said, screw it. Let's give him a chance. Let's see what he can do. and then I got on board. And maybe I shouldn't have. But he's going to be wearing Giants blue, so I'm on board here, and I'm going to support him until he's no longer wearing Giants blue. Let's see how it goes.
Wow. Eric Galco, who's the director of player ops for football ops for the Shrine Bowl and Optimum Scouting, stated that Colston Loveland was his number 2 in the entire draft class for Optimum Scouting. And he's just a notch below Brock Bowers' prospect. So
Wow.
a lot of these like professional scouts were really high on this guy.
Good for you, Bears, Max. We'll see. I don't know, man. Like, he really did shoot up the boards. He was a guy that a month ago I didn't know much about, and then all of a sudden it was like, oh, he might be, so.
Yeah, he jumped up the boards.
You know what I got to say, Max? I'm very impressed with myself that I've only made one bathroom break in this whole live stream because, man, I can't sit through a movie usually. I'm going at least once. I made it through this. I'm impressed with myself.
Yeah, that's impressive. That's impressive. That is impressive. Man.
I saw who the Eagles are getting.
Jihad. I knew it. I did say that. I did say it was going to be Jihad. That makes the most sense. It was going to be a Georgia or an Alabama linebacker. The Eagles love having their rushers. Well, cool. Thank you so much for having me, guys. I appreciate being able to talk Bears and give my outside perspective on the New York Giants. Very excited to see what happens for Jackson Dart in the future. For Big Blue this year, it should be exciting. My eyes will be locked in on Ben Johnson and the Chicago Bears. Always happy to swing on back and give you some takes on whatever. But it was a pleasure talking to you guys and spending the draft with y'all.
Absolutely. We thank you so much for tuning in, helping me carry the load here on this very long and fun live stream. We had a bunch of viewers, and you had a bunch of good takes, and definitely provided some good luck for the New York Giants, I think. So everybody, please tuning in. Drop the Bears Max W's in the chat. Give him a big shout out and a big thank you for helping me and filling in for Alex while Alex is out of town. So, yeah, Max, thanks for coming on, man. Obviously, we'll have you back on for next draft, but hopefully we don't wait that long. I want to have you back on sooner rather than later, and keep the Anthony and Bears Max show going.
Yeah, whenever. Just let me know. It's been a pleasure, guys. Have a good night.
You too, man. All right, big W's for Bears Max. Appreciate you guys all for showing the hospitality to our dear friends, and thank you guys for tuning in throughout this live stream. Not ending it yet, so don't get out of here too soon. Still a whole bunch of you in here, and I'm still here as well. We're going to stay live for at least a little while longer. We'll probably wrap this thing up at the turn of the day, probably at midnight. We do have another super chat coming in here from Ralph Canterbury. Ralph, thank you so much, saying RGM killed it so far. Our fan base is so critical of everything with good reason, but come on, we are headed the right way. Listen, I have to agree with you. Once again, thanks for the super chat, but I will say this. I think that the Giants are in the right direction. They have an instant impact player, a potential all-pro with Abdul Carter, and they now have a future at quarterback. Whether you're passionate about this future with Dart, whether you think he was the right pick or not, the potential and the ceiling is there, and it hasn't been for the Giants for the last several years. So I'm glad that we have some hope for the future, and we have some development in place now. And again, I think this is a great situation for Dart. I like Dable as his coach. I really like Russell Wilson as his mentor, and I think that Jameis is a very underrated mentor as well. So I agree. I think we're going in the right direction. Danny said W. W's in the chat for Danny as well, because these graphics are amazing as always. But Danny, thank you so much for tuning in. And big W's all around tonight for the Giants, for me, for Max, for Danny, for Fireside Giants, and for all of the Fireside Giants viewers and community members. Thank you to everybody. W's all the way around. It sure has been a fun night, Jeffrey. And NATO, off topic, but what did I eat today? Today, I did indeed have pizza for dinner because I needed something quick and I was in a hurry. And there's a really good pizza place near my house. So shout out to D'Angelo's in Palm Beach Gardens. Really good place. Michael saying, passing on Shador is going to age like milk. The Giants are chasing the almost corpse of Eli. They're allergic to prosperity. Fire Dable now. Grade is F on the pick. So, scorching hot take from Michael. A very critical take. And honestly, listen, if this is your take, this is fine. It's not my take. I'm not going to give this an F. I'm not going to be too critical of this pick. I get it, though. If you really like Shedeur Sanders and you feel like he's a franchise quarterback, I'm sure this stings. The thing that it boils down to for me, I didn't fall in love with any of these quarterbacks in the pre-draft process outside of Cam Ward. I fell in love with Cam Ward when he was at Washington State, so I really wanted him. The Giants didn't get the first overall pick. It's over. It's whatever. But I never fell in love with Shedeur. I never fell in love with Dart. I never fell in love with Milroe. But I liked all three of those guys. And so what it chalked up to for me is, who does Brian Daboll like? If I like all these guys, but Brian Daboll loves one of them, I'll buy in on Brian Daboll's guy and give him a chance. Because when the Giants hired Brian Daboll, our whole idea here was we are going to see Daboll get a young quarterback to mold into his own franchise guy. We haven't seen that. It's been 4 years. Now we're finally getting that. So I don't know. I'm happy for it. It might age like milk. You're totally right. But so has the Evan Neal pick, and that looked like a slam dunk when we made it. Maybe this is the opposite. Maybe it looks like it's not going to be a slam dunk, and it ends up being one. You just never know. So I'm going to be hopeful and optimistic. This isn't, to me, like drafting Daniel Jones. This is an SEC quarterback with a strong arm and a lot of yards put up at the collegiate level. I think the potential is there, and I don't think that we took him over any potential all-pro talent sitting on the board. Like, this isn't some major reach over a bunch of other great players like it was Jones over Josh Allen. We're walking out of this draft with Abdul Carter. So at the end of the day, this is a good draft, no matter what, because we've drafted Abdul Carter. And I just think that let's see the potential here. Let's give it time. We got to be patient with Jackson Dart for sure. And I don't think that Eli Manning has anything to do with this. I think it's a coincidence that they went to the same school. See a lot of W's in the chat for Bears Max. Thank you guys. Bears Max, good host. Bears Max is a really good host, and we got to have Bears Max on here more, I think. I appreciate you guys showing him the love. And yeah, I do think it's worth noting the New York Giants are not the only team that passed up on Shedeur Sanders. Everybody did, and he's continuing to drop. So I don't know how much hate I can give to the Giants for that because it seems like it's a league-wide thing. People just didn't want to draft him. One reason or another, we'll see how it ages. Robert Konya with a super chat. Thank you so much, Robert, saying people complaining like a free third-round pick and a future third pick isn't worth a shot at a franchise quarterback, especially with the fifth-year option. If it works, no one will remember. I totally agree with you. Listen, what did the Giants give up in this year's draft? If they took him at 34, that's cool. They gave up the 99 pick, but that was a free pick that they had, as you mentioned, and they're still picking 105. Yes, it was a top 100 pick, but keep in mind, they have that 105th pick. It's basically going to be a top 100 talent falls into their lap at 105 anyway. The future third, all right, that's one thing, but it's honestly, guys, very easy to recoup future third-round picks. It's not that hard. Everybody's been talking about Thibodeau. Will he get traded? Will he not? If Thibodeau does get traded mid-season, what are the Giants going to get? They're going to get their third-round pick back. And I'm not saying the Giants should trade Thibodeau. I think everybody in this chat knows that I'm very against trading Thibodeau. Just using him as an example, third-round picks are pretty easy to acquire, and the Giants, if they need to, they'll find a way to do it. But I don't think they're going to need to. I think that they've got some upside and some potential at the quarterback position, and that's what we've all been banging the table for. So I'm keeping an open mind and hoping this ends up going the right way, and we're just going to have to trust in Brian Daboll and see if he can make it work. So Dan Smith asking, was it necessary to trade up for Dart? Yes. I think it was because of two reasons. One, the fifth-year option. They want that on the quarterback's contract. That extra year of contractual control is crucial at that position. And number two, the fact that the Los Angeles Rams traded down immediately after the Giants drafted Dart is a very clear tell, in my opinion, and in the opinion of many. They were probably planning on taking Jackson Dart. And so, again, if you don't believe in Brian Daboll's stamp of approval and cosign for Jackson Dart, let's believe in Sean McVay's because he's one of the greatest offensive minds of all time. If he was willing to take Dart in the first, I can't fault the Giants for getting in front of Sean McVay and taking his quarterback. So, but yeah, guys, it's been a long stream. We're approaching the 4-hour mark, and so we are going to start winding this down. Any last-minute questions, thoughts, opinions, hot takes, cold takes, whatever, start dropping them in the chat now as we do wind down this chat. But really, guys, I can't express enough gratitude, like seriously, from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so much. This is not just coming from a perspective of thank you for tuning into this live stream. There's over 1,200 of you in here, which is just fantastic. And the exact numbers, there's about 500 on YouTube, and there's over 800 on Twitter. I mean, just incredible viewership, and I can't thank you all enough for this. And this is a thank you again, not just for the viewership on the stream, but all of the live streams, daily live streams, daily videos, a lot of grinding. We do this every day because of you guys, the support you show, the excitement you bring to the table. I get excited to talk about the Giants, even when the Giants are mundane and they're terrible and all these things, and they make me depressed, whatever. I'm excited to get on here and talk to you guys, make content that you guys enjoy. So it's all about you, everybody in the chat. Even if you didn't make the live stream today, maybe you're watching the replay, whatever. Everybody who's ever clicked on a Fireside Giants episode, thank you. Bottom of my heart. Thank you from me. Thank you from Alex, from Danny, from Dylan, and everybody else behind the scenes here at Fireside Giants. We thank you all. So just had to get that out of the way before I do wrap this up. I'll probably end up saying thank you again before I do end the stream. But yeah, guys, get your last questions and thoughts in here. I'll go through them before I end the live stream. Who did KC take? I missed it. So did I. Who did the Kansas City take? I need to see that. Let me go ahead and find out. Kansas City took. Who did the Chiefs take? Somebody know? Did somebody say it in the chat yet? Josh Simmons. That's a really good pick for them. I love that pick for the Chiefs, actually. So, really good. Christian's finally heading out. Was here the whole time. Christian, thank you so much, man. Thank you for tuning in. KC took Josh Simmons. Stan's glad we got Dart. Why don't the Giants draft an African-American quarterback? Guys, nobody in the first round of this draft took Shedeur Sanders. I don't think that it's about that. I think it's really just about a personal preference on the playing style and the scheme fit for Jackson Dart versus Shedeur Sanders. I don't think this is what it comes down to. Listen, I love both of these prospects. You guys know I did prefer Shedeur Sanders. I think he was the better quarterback prospect, but I have to default to the evaluation of Brian Daboll. And if he thinks that there is a better scheme fit with Jackson Dart, I'm just going to have to trust his word here. And the Giants haven't drafted a lot of quarterbacks. I think that's probably a really good point to make. The Giants have drafted one quarterback now since Daniel Jones. It's been 6 years, one quarterback. Sean Nevin says, from the bottom of my heart, Anthony, thank you for building a place where Giants fans can truly come together, or we can just chat like this and just be fans and friends together. That means the world to me, Sean. That comment right there is one that I want to frame. That's exactly what the goal of Fireside Giants is. This is a community. This is not my platform. This is not Alex's platform. This is our community. Not a platform, but a community. That's what we've always been trying to grow and to build. And so we thank you, Sean. We thank you, Jeffrey, Craig Turd Hauler. Love your name. Jersey Guy, everybody. Those are just the ones I'm seeing live on the chat. But everybody, we thank you for being here so that we can all chat like fans and be friends together. It's truly a special thing. Living in the modern age with the internet can definitely have its challenges, but it's got special things like this community that we're building, and we're happy to have you all a part of this. Dylan saying thank you, and Alex been holding it down. Alex, you got to give credit to. I mean, the man's been grinding. He's off on vacation in a whole nother country halfway across the world, and he's still showing up to do those live streams. You know, the Wi-Fi is not the best for him, but we got to give him credit. Absolutely fantastic. Couldn't ask for a better co-host and mentor than Alex Wilson. So big shout out to him. And another thank you goes out to him for all of his support over the many years that we've been doing this together. NATO, yes, we do still have a third-round pick. The third-round pick that we do have is number 65 overall, the first pick of the third round. And we are picking number 105 as well, which is early in the fourth round. So still got some good draft picks. Still got some good picks available to be utilized in the next couple of rounds. Jaden's happy the Eagles didn't get Malachi Starks. Me too, man. Seriously, I'm actually really happy he went to the Ravens. It's a great pick. That unlocks Kyle Hamilton. They can do so much more with Hamilton now. That defense really needed a good safety. Mike saying, feel like we didn't need to trade. I think we did because the Rams traded down right after we made the pick, indicating the Rams were probably going to take Dart. So I think it was a necessary trade up to get him. Plus, fifth-year option. Very important. Nick saying, appreciate your commentary. Good shit. Really do appreciate your engagement, like just being here and chatting. And thank you for tuning in. Your viewership means a lot to me. So thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed the commentary. Hunter's got a paper to finish by midnight. Hunter, good luck. You're racing against the clock. I hope you get it in. And make sure you focus on your studies, please. But Appreciate you being here, Hunter. You're one of the OGs. Socrates Giants Collective tomorrow. Yes, 5:30 p.m. Eastern. Stay tuned. We'll make a post on the Fireside Giants community page, but I will be live, of course, with the usual gang, Bad Dog, The Entertainer, Adriana. We will be live tomorrow. I'm very excited. We're going to be reacting to this day and previewing tomorrow. Absolutely true, Greg. We have to nail pick 65, have to get an impact player there, I think, now that we're not picking in the second. And we did take a quarterback. It's not an instant impact quarterback either. He's going to sit, so got to get an impactful player there. Big fan, man. Y'all get me through the week. Let's go. Big Dart. Chris, thank you. Like I said, all of you guys get me through the week. You guys get me through every single day doing this show here, Fireside Giants, and all of our great community members. So thank you, Chris. It means a lot. Happy that you were able to pull through for the live chat. Rashad, never dumping Alex. Alex, hopefully never dumping me. Alex and I are in this for the long haul, baby. There's going to be no split on this channel. Paulie's newly subscribed. Paulie, thank you so much. You're joining a special community. I'm not going to hype myself up. I'm going to hype up everybody in the chat. Thank you to everybody in the chat for this community again. And you are joining a great community, Paulie. This is where Giants fans should want to be, is in this community. Drunk says, you warm my heart. Thanks, man. And also, very interesting profile picture. Wish Alex was here. Can't wait to hear his reactions. I also really wish Alex was here. Can't wait to hear his reactions tomorrow. It's going to be really fun. Man, sound asleep. Has no idea that the future of the New York Giants just changed and that they drafted Jackson Dart. He's in for a really fun time soon enough. You know what? There is the scenario where I keep streaming for another 30 minutes and Alex maybe wakes up on the other side of the world because it's like a 7-hour time difference. If he gets up around 7 and I'm here for the next 8 minutes, there is a world where I stream so long that Alex sleeps through the night, wakes up, and hops on the stream. Don't think it's going to happen. I don't think I have much more left in the tank, guys, but it's an interesting sliding door. Jet says, love tuning in every day all the way from Australia. Always the best way to start my day. Thank you so much. I mean, it's amazing how much viewership we have around the world. Fireside Giants is international, and that always humbles me. It's really great. Love this community. Jeffrey says, Alex and Barefoot Winston versus the Cutler Brothers live stream guests. Make it happen. I'm going to do everything I can to make this happen, man. If we could like somehow get together on a football field in the offseason at some point, me, Winston, Alex, and DeVito, and just do like some passing drills or some Giants trivia, football trivia, whatever, that's the dream come true. That would be awesome. Rashad, Alex is on vacation during the NFL draft. Totally acceptable because he's been grinding throughout the vacation like no other. I mean, the guy is not really on vacation. He's working from everywhere. His lease is up and he had to get out. And so he's just nomading it and he is working like you wouldn't believe. I cannot believe the work ethic that guy has. Can't speak highly enough about him. He truly is a very special person. Chris saying, who are we taking tomorrow? I'm going to bet on Alfred Collins at 65 if he makes it there. I would love that selection. That's going to be my bet for the Giants in the third round. Corp with a massive $20 super chat. Thank you so much, Corp, saying we had 2 mandates, win more games, and fix the quarterback room. Yep, that's exactly the 2 mandates that John Mara handed out. Carter was drafted to win us more games. Dart was drafted to upgrade our quarterback room. Let's make the Giants great again while we can all see John Cena. The entire NFL didn't see Shador. Yeah, man, it's wild that he truly did fall out of the first round. This was something we heard some buzz about at the Combine. I said it on the channel at the Combine around that time. Got a lot of pushback, understandably so. Really thought there was a chance he could fall out of the first round back then. Believes that he would be a first-round pick, though, ultimately, and would probably be a top 20 pick. But somehow he fell. The league saw it differently. So now I just really wonder where he continues to slide to. It's going to be interesting. But one thing is true. Shador Sanders is entering the NFL with a major chip on his shoulder, and he could wind up being a force to be reckoned with. We shall see. Let's see what else we got. Despite our differences of opinion, we are all Giants fam, and I love you. I love that, Socrates. It's absolutely true. Not everybody is going to agree. Not everybody is going to love the Jackson Dart pick, but I love my New York Giants. So, and I know that we can all agree with that. Rashad says, I'm a man, consistent and improving. Thank you so much. That's kind of like my motto that I try and live by. Let's get 1% better every day. I didn't make that up, so don't credit me. I've heard somebody else say that, and I'm stealing it from them with no credit because I can't remember who said it, but I think it's a really good motto to live by. So always trying to improve. Appreciate you recognizing. Collusion saying, I love today. Dart might not have been my guy, but I love that they got their guy. Excited for it. Let's go. That is a great take. I agree with that. John, a member of the channel, says, let's go Giants. Let's go Carter and Dart. Thank you so much. Great work this year. Thank you for your viewership throughout the offseason, John. Really do appreciate you and all the support that you've shown to this channel. Really excited for the season. A lot more excited than I have been for a while. That's for sure. 4 a.m. where Rashad's at. That's incredible. Thank you so much for tuning in the late at night. All right. What do we get? Sanders 65. I think we can bet that that's not going to happen, but it's a crazy world. It's not going to happen, though. All right, guys. I think we've reached maximum capacity for Anthony Rivardo. Major shout out to Bears Max for tuning in. One of my close friends. He came in here and he really helped carry the load. Thank you so much to Max. One last shout out to him and one last W in the chat for Max. Another W in the chat for Alex and all the effort that he put in leading up to the draft. And a huge W to Danny. I can't stress enough. Fireside Giants does not exist, does not operate without Danny. The Fire logo, the Fire graphics, the amount of effort this guy puts into it. W's got to be in the chat for Danny. Danny is the GOAT, man. He is such a talented and very hardworking man. So shout out to you, my friend. Thank you for all your support. Thank you to Alex. Thank you to Max. And thank you to the Fireside Giants community. I already did my long, sappy speech and spiel about it, about how much I appreciate you guys. I'm going to do another shorter one right here because I can't help myself because we just sat through a 4-hour live stream with a peak viewership of over 1,300. I mean, you guys are the best. Can't thank this community enough. Love you guys. And very happy to be through another draft season here on the channel and super excited for what the future has to hold, especially now that the New York Giants have a quarterback. I am super excited because the Giants actually have some quarterbacks that I like. Russell Wilson, I'm excited about, and Jackson freaking Dart, man. Very exciting stuff and a great night here for the New York Giants. I'm giving this night an A. I'm giving the chat a big W and an A+. Thank you to everybody. And yeah, so I see a couple of you guys. I see Max in the chat. I see Danny in the chat. Thank you guys so much. And yeah, keep the shout outs coming. And once again, guys, thank you. Make sure you leave a like if you haven't already. Subscribe if you're new. I think we definitely picked up some new subscribers today, which is great. Once again, you're joining the best Giants community that you're going to find on the internet. So welcome in. We're super happy to have you and looking forward to seeing many more friendly faces in this live chat going forward. So stay tuned. I'll be live again tomorrow. You know it. Probably not started in the second round now that we don't have a second round pick, but you'll see me live in round 3. And I'm super excited for that. So can't wait for it and looking forward to more live streams and more reaction videos on the channel. Hell of a night. Abdul Carter, Jackson Dart. Awesome stuff. Catch you on the next one. Have a good one. And this is a big one. Let's freaking go New York Giants.